Go eat like idiot. Bye. I'm hungry. Go eat like.
Jelas dong, Ja. Ntar dulu, Ja. Jack Morbid gak main. Morbid baru tidur dah. Dan sampai pagi dia. Sampai pagi. Paling sore deh baru lanjut lagi. Hasil masukin ID lain biar enak. Gak ada PC-nya kayaknya. Ya, dari mau lebih tidur. Nelpon gua soalnya dia pagi. Dia ngajak main pagi tuh. Tapi gue masih tidur. Kalongan udah on belum? Nanti in game Pekalongan. Game. Exit ini. Setting. Oh, ini berat nih hari ini nih. Gua di sini nggak pocinki ya. Turnamen apa ya, turnamen scrim ini? Gak jelas cuma perang awal ini. Kalau nggak kalah, menang udah berapa? Menang full, zona batu. Wah gini nih. Dia pesawat anjing. Gatka doang ada. Kosong. Dal, birit dal.
Girit.
Awal kita turun.
Jauh ya. Girit.
Kosong kok kirinya. Cuma Gatka ada.
Girit.
Jack divisi PUBG Eagle ngikut apa?
Ada pesawat.
Ikut apa? PMPL ikut dia tuh.
Coba kalau kita bukan terus nama
Han lihat turun mana Han, euy.
Ya ya.
Birit lagi nyebat. Oi. Harus dipanggil. Kita turun ujung deh. Gua kira awal. Turni apa PUBG? Gak tau
Scrim
deh
ke
gua
Bang Iya, Bang.
turninya. Buffering. Oh iya.
Bang Jack, kok aku taruhnya?
Gak nyala kok.
Nah, aku pula.
Kan kece.
Apaan sih? Heran banget gua. Dal, aku
Full
diganggu
squad.
Dal, pencet FF Dal. Sama bocil Dal.
Full
Suka
squad.
kami dong.
Lagi full. Kayak emang harus full lah. Gatka doang harusnya ya. Yang ke situ.
Primos ada nggak ya? Nggak ya?
Harusnya nggak ada. Orang apart ini kemana ya? Gopal apart tuh. Ada Birit 3 orang.
Ya, aku ambil mobil.
Oke.
Pada bagi aku.
Ambil mobil tuh Jack. Gua ada motor.
Gak ada orang kanan.
Tapi
Nggak
gua ada ya.
Gua nggak ada.
Rumah lu ada tuh kayak Dal. Yang
Sama gua.
ya nggak sih? Apa kemana tuh?
Mana sih gua ngeliatnya ke atas kanan gua tuh kiri gua.
Kanan harus kanan. Udah agak bawah tapi dia.
Oh itu yang gua liat kali Jack. Yang gua ada Jack.
Oh, nggak tahu dah.
Oh iya benar
Iya
Jack,
nggak
ada
sih?
Jack. Ngambil mobil dia Jack.
Oh, ambil
Anjir.
mobil kan. Ada motor tanda gua.
Oh, nggak ada mobil.
Di tempat kau pas Dal.
Apa dicabut dan
Cabut ambil
Cabut
mobil
kan
dong.
dia. Ah.
Ih, dari kemarin paket los naik mulu loh sama ping.
iya cok. Kenapa dah?
NLD pula.
Kalau NLD gua enggak Jack.
Gua kemarin
Gua
Kemarin kan
NLD,
Jack, pokoknya
Cok.
Jack, waktu lu main sama Kotet kan
Iya,
Jack. Gua juga main kan Cok, kemarin.
NLD gua.
Gua tadi nggak NLD Jack. Cuma paket los.
Ah, diam dong ngomong mulu dari tadi.
sorry.
Kok ya sorean?
Kok lu minta sorryan?
Gua ngomong juga, Bro.
Aneh banget kan.
Apaan sih lu? Jelas banget.
Oh.
Salah loh, udah minta maaf. Bukan
Dikit
dimaafin.
lah Cok, suara Cok.
Han, yang kemarin gimana? Han? Yang kemarin Han?
Apaan?
Yang kata-kata sama kejadian.
Gua inget Jack.
Gua nggak bisa, Cok, kata-kata, Cok. Kalau ngingat-ngingat gitu
Makanya nggak salah kan.
harus kejadian.
Kalau lu.
Harus
Jadi harus susun dulu gitu. Tapi pasan beda, nggak sama aja Jack ya.
Tahu kan?
Ditma elek.
Ngelek ya barusan ya, delay anjing. Ujung air mau gak?
Kasih orang tua dulu.
udah.
Ya udah.
Buat SR aku. Dem.
X quick mau gak? Extend cepat.
Sel R nih.
Gila.
PMPL kalau nggak salah. PMPL ikut deh.
Bot kasar bot.
Ada mobil.
Gimana?
Oh.
Wah.
Lu nge-mute, Jack.
Ngaspet, iya. Jadi
Pak
coach
Farhan
gitu.
lah.
Ngaspet
Kaget, aing.
coach ini deh
What
kayak.
happened, bro?
Surprise bro. Dit.
Tadi musuhnya mobilnya lari sama aja.
Kasih deh lo.
Kalau ada kali-kaliannya
Ada kali 4.
boleh banyak.
Jamur bisa apa? Udah. X quick
Abangnya bisa bawain kan?
bisa.
Bisa. Gua jamur dulu.
Bisa ada birit. Baru takutnya dari rumah itu.
Ada soal mobil.
Ah.
Bawa mobil biasa.
Kalian ke atas lagi nggak sih kita? Agak atas. Paling ada satu tim.
Kasih dulu aku banyak daripada di kiri. Mikir buang sana aja. Kir. Dua ini masih kosong.
Itu masih ada spawn tuh, udah lah ya.
Biru kosong.
Sama yang ini masih ya. Yang ini juga.
Biru ada spot juga.
Gua ke biru.
Pesawatnya jauh sih. Dan kan masih ada spawn juga tuh, harusnya kosong juga.
Ambil gantar
Gua
dulu.
oh gitu.
Ujung AR lagi ada yang mau nggak?
Ujung air gue
Boleh.
nih.
Boleh.
Boleh, boleh.
Kalau bisa ambil kuning tuh.
Kosong kuning.
Ah,
Ada ya, tadaku. Biru.
siapa nih batu?
Dia
Biru,
ada
biru,
beril.
Enggak,
Biru.
bukan biru.
Oh.
Kuning.
Kuning. Iya kuning sekitarnya. Biru juga ada, biru juga ada.
Biru
Biru
juga
juga
ada.
ada. Ah,
Iya.
bilang kayak ada juga Han. Kau diam aja lagi.
Enggak. Gerap. SLR nih, Jack.
Apa SLR?
Yoi.
Ada cik PT tak?
Kalau cepat nih, kalau belum punya bilang ke gue ya. Boboknya lagi guys.
Oke
Guys,
terus guys.
Guys, pakai buat guys. Sudah dalam ada laut guys. Panas. Aduh.
Overlay Discord lagi ya? Kok gitu? Manan?
Emang mereka tuh mandi.
Jadi itu tanda gua. Tanda gua, Jack.
Kabarnya overlay ya dah.
Jangan panas nanti lagi. Siap-siap.
Ada peluru lagi kan?
Ini ada 30 di
Ada banyak.
Stand banyak di rumah gue pokoknya.
ujung air udah, Ki.
Oke.
Kok pindah-pindah? Pindah dong Dil. Gacauan
Kalau ada extend, Jack.
gacok.
Banyak inian. Kok gue duluan.
Gacauan tuh kayak apa sih lupa gua.
Kenal pun biasa ada. Lihat ada. Tuh. Tidak dulu.
Gacor.
Yeah.
Kok
Ada bagi ke tandaku ya.
oke.
Berapa itu?
Kau bocor kali ndak?
Pang.
Aku dengar suara
Ke
kok
atas
gitu.
cuk. Ayo. Rumah itu tah?
Tadi kita berdua bocor.
Kosong sih harusnya.
Aku dengerin aja.
Rumah kuningnya kosong nggak?
Apa yang tengah? Yang tengah birit. Oh,
Yang
kuningnya
tengah kosong,
kosong. Yang nggak tahu. Kuningnya itu kosong.
Belum dilihat.
Itu kita ambil tadi.
Itu oren kosong kayak.
Itu kosong kali dia.
Tunggu bentar ya. Bisa ada sponsor.
Kosong dal. Bukan hijau, merah bang aja.
Iya tahu.
Hijau kosong.
Ada.
Biru ya pasti.
Ya ada gerakan dia ngasih sama orang. Iya enggak?
Motor.
Motor lagi nang. Tinggal sini nang.
Kemana dia?
Mobil juga.
Lewat terus kayak gini.
Woi, mobilku. Di my. Ada mobil sih kah? Mobil di kah kalian mau ambil gak?
Enggak ambil lagi. Kami punya mobil.
Perang dia tuh.
Santai nang.
Ih, enggak mat.
Anakku jaga ujung rumah merahan ya. Biasa tabrak nih.
Walah dekat apa yang mobilku?
Waduh.
Bokep.
kalau ada red dot bang ya.
Oke.
Ada
Kalau-
motor ke atas.
Kalau ada checkpad.
Motor ke bukit ya. Maksimalnya 2 orang. Checkpoint ya Banje? Kamu lu sini kan?
Iya. Iya kan?
GG.
Dibantas, Cok.
Ketiban ya Banje?
Ah.
Ada mobil lah bisa arah kalian
Mobil,
tuh.
dua
Ah.
mobil berit.
3 mobil, tiga sama bagi satu.
Dari mana?
Atas kayak.
Bisa arah kalian. Naik atas kah?
Matiin mesin dia Banje.
Ada. Bisa ke sini. Berhenti tandaku.
Luasnya masih dalam. Lupa. Lu mandi yuk. Kita mainin udah.
Berhenti tandaku. Tapi kayak berit
Nice,
asli.
nice.
Guys. Ini putar nggak ada?
Enggak.
Dia ke kanan Banje. Mau naik kok. Ini main siapa?
Lain.
Orang rumah ini.
Oh, Ari ini. Bajunya Ari.
Emang ada VTR?
Gak ada ya?
R3 nya.
Zone.
Kalau enggak ada jumpa red dot Banje.
Udah jumpa. Kali 2.
Mau
Mana Berit?
Oh, mau red dot kah berit nih?
tanda aku
Pokoknya
kosong
kali
ini,
2.
Cok. Kayaknya
Ada orang itu.
biru kosong kayaknya.
Padahal ada mobil nggak?
Ada motor lagi ya
Harusnya
di belakang.
ada. Padahal.
Di lubang ujung dia Banje, tandaku Banje. Motor sama bagi.
Weaponmu ada kah Birit?
Gak tahu itu mau gua ajak kalian ke
Aku
sana.
ini kosong,
Coba
Cok.
tengokin.
Aku ambil ya bolongannya, lubangnya.
Boleh.
Aku
Kau bisa lewatin dulu ya.
Apa?
Kalau udah pas. Mana red dotnya Banje?
Nih di gua.
Kau tengok jago kali. Pakai kali 2 Banje.
Tuh, gua drop.
Kosong.
Panjat kiri kita Panjat.
Oh, iya.
Belum ada itu dah.
Gua cabut.
Apa? Rumahnya ada
Oh.
harusnya.
Oh iya.
Enggak tahu. Ada tembakan terakhir dari biru. Warna apa kar?
Iya, dibantu lah.
Ada uas kanan gua, belakang gua. Bisa ke sini juga.
Mana?
Enggak lihat gitu.
Udah ada suara uas.
Udah itu apa anjing, ada layar bang.
Suara uas di orange kayaknya.
Masuk ke sana dong.
Tuh.
Oh gimana Bir?
Kita bro.
200-an.
Enggak zone.
Bagi uas ya.
Bisa ke lu Jack.
MTH ya di rumahku tadi.
Ya.
Suara apaan tuh tadi kayak piring banting.
Di atap Cil. Oh, Cil, di atap Cil.
Di atap deh.
Atap, iya.
Oh, di atap tuh.
Mobil cu.
Birit.
Hit yang atap kali.
Yang mobil tadi kemana Jack?
Keluar zone gini
Ke
nih.
kanan.
Gak ditembak.
Garisku jauh deh. Keluar zone.
Tembakin siapa dia?
Kolong rumah nggak ada camp.
Mana ada
Tabrak dari sini nggak sih?
dari situ.
Dia bisa main gundukan ini bisa masing-masing.
Ban dia.
Susah sana bang.
Terus saya
Susah sana. Kalau mau main dari kanan, kalau ada orang boleh sini atau pokoknya sini nih. Bisa juga nih. Coba tengokin dah. Aku jalan nih. Taruh ke kanan.
Lihat ke halang pohon, Cok.
Nomor. Kenok tuh rumah.
Apa?
Kenok rumah.
Matiin aja ya.
Ayo.
Oh, di
Lagi
kanannya
revive, udah
juga
revive
ada
di
orang.
batu. Lagi revive di batu-batu ya, Birit?
I see. Oh enggak, belum revive bang.
Oke. Split kali
Harusnya
ya.
dia split kanan nih. Masih ada rumah nih, tandaku.
Pasti ngikut ya. Rumah dekat ya?
Rumah dekat.
Keluar deh, keluar. Knock.
Oh, temennya
Jadi
seberang
kan,
ya? Temennya
ya.
seberang. Access
Ya,
ya?
seberang.
Jagain.
Ada yang satu ya, ada yang maju, bukan ke kita, ke zone.
Oke.
Ada yang maju ke zone.
Ke zone ke garismu,
Bang,
Pak?
minta key satu bang.
Iya, aku
Nggak tahu, kurang tahu. Sama heal bang.
boosting. Udah tuh.
Ting.
Boosting
Thank you.
udah juga. 2 orang kau udah cabut, Birit.
Harusnya udah banyak. Di kanan atas masih ada ya. Tuh tandaku tuh. Kayak apa tuh? UAS tuh.
Dacia ya?
Kanan atas kuning ada ya. Satu orang aku tengok. Yang sky.
Enggak, Birit.
Dia lari ke atas, Cuk. Kalau mau mati nih,
Aman, Cil. Kita nggak naik, Cil. Oh, excess kena ya. Berarti beda tim nih, Birit.
Mandel bentuk apa lagi?
Di mana?
ada depan kita ini ya. Satu orang yang aku tahu, bisa lebih. Baju merah aku tengok tadi ya.
Tembak itu orang.
Ya harusnya iya.
Mati
kah?
tuh kayaknya. Mini nggak
Mati
sih?
harusnya.
Mending turun lagi nggak sih kita?
Balik ke Brit.
Ayo.
Oh, di ladang sudah tidak ada.
Pas 5, Cok.
Han, ikutan Han.
Bawa Brit.
Wih, kepala.
Aman cek harusnya.
Aduh.
Brit, dari atas.
Dari rumahan Han, dari rumahan.
Ya. Pak. Man.
Nah ini cus saya babi.
Sani.
Cuma satu orang doang dia rupanya.
Apaan tuh?
Yang di atas tuh.
Oh iya, lari tuh.
Kalau satu orang tadi mending gak usah ke atas aku anjing. Astagfirullah. Aku takutnya pas yang kalau aku kan aku nggak tahu nih banyak orang nih. Takutnya dia nembakin kita juga. Kalau kita main langsung ambil bawah nih. Ninggoy deh. Kalau kiri nih tadi yang kau bilang tadi sini Panje, susah banget sini nih. Susah banget.
Kalau maksud tuh perang kalau mau itu tadi.
Tapi termasuk susah. Karena ada orang ini juga kan. XS. Zonnya sumpah dah, zona apa nih? Jauh kali mentalnya, Pak.
Dari Gatka anjing.
Ya di tengah-tengah terus anjir.
Dari rumah Jang.
Bener gak sih di tengah-tengah mulu dia? Dari sini kan. Nanti tempat ke tengah-tengah map terus.
Berarti mending langsung tabrak ini kali ya.
Apa?
Ini tempat dia enak, langsung tabrak sini.
Iya. Ayo apa kata Banyak?
Nabrak sini langsung.
Suara nggak ada.
Langsung tabrak sini.
Oh pas
Tempat
kita
dia
dari rumah tadi.
Gak tahu juga sih. Gara-gara satu orang aja sih tadi tuh.
Iya aku mikirnya Banyak.
Yang bikin
Nggak
kita
satu orang
naik.
kalau
Iya,
satu
iya.
yang di kanan tadi kalau gimana ya kalau 4 orang mati bego kita. Rencana kan aku ngambil yang di bawah itu aja yang pas
Iya,
kalian
yang di
tadi.
sini.
Padahal-
Iya,
ah, iya bang.
Nggak, kayaknya lebih kalau nabrak dia lebih enak maksudnya daripada kita ke sini dulu. Dia selamat gitu berdua maksudnya. Ada batu gitu lah. Kalau berempat 4 mobil lebih enak kayaknya kan. Kalau orang rumah nggak bakal ganggu juga kan. Nggak keluar deh.
Cuman dari sini doang kita timingin ya kan. Dari ini doang. Sini doang yang bisa
Itu
mungkin
doang.
bawa ke kita. Next bilang lagi Banyak.
Enggak, gue lupa juga ya. Gak tahu tempat ini gitu maksudnya.
Punya define loh tadi. Define-nya ke atas.
Defend
Ke rumah
rata.
atas.
Di push
Enggak yang
dia.
ini.
Oh,
Ini
iya ke atas tengah ya.
Terus access-nya datang. SP yang ini. Jauh mutar SP-nya, Bah. Define. Wah, di sini
Oke.
define-nya bisa dapat ini loh, ditabrak kah? Ini define. Dapat sini kan dia? Terus di atas ini, nabrak ini.
Enggak, ke bawah ya, Brit.
Ke bawah.
Background. Iya, nah, itu.
Ini?
Iya, situ.
Oh, yang
Ada
oh,
batu 1 biji.
Yang diperangin Nexus tadi.
Mati deh. Beliin handcam, Eng. Handcam. Facecam, roll apa? Roll gua IGL Artuf. Rollnya carry yang lainnya kurir. Parah banget.
Anak di sini satu. GG. Oh, ini anak ini motor jadi nih.
Pril ini siapa Pril? Mipan Zuzu nih Pril.
Ya.
Gacoan nih Pril. Nando. Kamu mempersulit kita Nando. Ini Nando Pril. Mitanya kemana nabrak kau?
Iya, tadi nabrak dia. Ya, tadi. Tak perasaan di sini ada yang matiin mesin nih. Nih, ada mobil juga nih sini kan aja.
Yang pas awal apa gimana?
Iya,
Yang
awal.
awal jalan lagi, yang UAS tadi aku bilang.
Ini dia.
Itu dia.
Buff. Ya.
Darkman tuh yang UAS tuh pasti.
Ini ditembak kan?
Nggak bisa di
Iya,
situ.
ditembak dia.
Oh, gue liat yang awal.
Iya, dia tuh tembak. Kalau aku ke kiri lagi, minggu tak? Kalau otaknya mati ya.
4 lawan berapa deh?
Dia buat nengok orang ini, orang define.
Coach roll. Pala lu coach. Mana yang tadi Mipan? Mipan Zuzu. Malam nanti kita ke pagi lawan. Kita ke pagi lawan. Apa tuh? Namanya udah gak
Nabrak
zaman.
ada nih. Bisa dapat 2 aku nih Banja.
Terus kok
Cuma
bisa
aku
cabut kau?
kalau aku apain kali, kalau aku fight kali, yang anak nih bisa nembak aku terus jadi kan. Ah, daripada aku mati mending balik aku dulu. Setan lah.
Cabut aja, maksudnya udah bagus, udah bisa cabut.
Ah, kalau aku lawan lagi bisa. Cuman dia mati aku pun mati.
Rido nicknya, Rido Yekiki itu Rido tuh.
Nah, ini Banja. Oh, darah nih. Kawannya datang. Lari! Untung anak ini nak nembak aku.
Amat.
Pada dapet. Cau. Gua dia. Sini nampak mata tadi.
Kebak anjing gak mau nge-heal.
Dia
Oi.
matinya kenapa nih?
Datang orang ya dipanggil bro. Ku knock ini. Harusnya dapat 2 tapi dia gerak.
Apa Banja?
Itu ku knock yang ini, yang batu.
Iya.
Masukkan. Ngebet kau tadi.
Nah. Kawan 2 lagi. Terus aku nampak kayak anak nih di rumah nih.
Soalnya itu dari atap birit, arahnya ke arah batu. Kukira langsung megang. Kalau berempat pasti megang gak sih?
Harusnya iya. Nampak sama aku nih saat dalam dia kan? Nah iya.
Mati kan tuh sama Farhan ya? Apa sama ini?
Iya, iya. Sama gua.
Kena itu loh dia. Sumpah, bocil babi bocil nih. Mana dia? Bodoh kali nembak. Tengok nih. Tengok nih. Single. Kalau mati sama aku nih nggak mati aku nih. Nah, tengok nih, kena molotov dia. Ini satu hit peluru pun tak kena.
Untuk mati. Dia mati
Mati
sama
aku jadinya
Farhan ya?
kalau mati sama bocil nggak mati aku tadi. Itu cuman beberapa hit kau perlu nih, soalnya kena molotov aku dia.
ACC dal.
Ini muntah kemana nih? Ini berapa nih? Berapa detik buat nembak dia bisa tuh mati? Enggak setting kita.
Bocor. Gue lupa.
Ini aku tengok nih bapak dan nih. Apa?
Oh, sponsor apa tuh, bro? Bro sponsor.
Mati sini. Ke rumah atas mana? Sini. Agak itu. Susah, Bang.
Renggalnya 2.
Karena kita udah tahu nih di sini nih. Kita nggak tahu berapa tadi nih. Sini juga nih.
Siapa itu?
Aku
SP
pun
bukan?
kalau mikir
SP
aku
itu.
kalau ini ada 4 orang nih, nggak mungkin aku push ke sini. Kalau mikir aku kalau satu orang nih, mending ke bawah aku. Kalau 4 orang mending itu dong. Daripada mati. Nih. Jelek.
Putih jadi gini 2. Lah kan udah gue bantu. Diskon kan?
Aku belum masuk ya.
Iya.
Invite.
Diskon nggak? Dibantu diskon nggak?
Terus kenapa?
Gue kirim ke rumah. Ya udah gas diskon 50%. 50% ya bro. Hari-hari tanda tanya loh. Pril tolong tuh mau jual tapi dia kabur Pril. Orang urus. Jual barang tapi
Gue
kabur.
lagi enak badan loh. Lagi.
Gue mau beli mouse-nya.
Oh gitu. Banyak lagi begini.
Benjol. Sakit banget cok kejeduk kemarin.
Tabrak BTR aja, Cok. Take ground.
Apa?
Punya gua.
Oh gue. Alah jauh soalnya Cok. Mana yang kosong?
Where kosong
Ada
where.
slot ya? Ada slot tim ya? Iya, sim.
Stalber Jack. Stalber kosong sama KMSG.
Starboard. Apa Milta Power? Power gak kosong. Itu Milta kan tuh orang di bintang. Yang juara. Tapi gue ngeri yang kiri juga ikut kanan dah.
Pov kakak.
Ah di Miramar ada Kice lagi.
Sama
2
si
gas.
Rando.
Ah nggak sesuai omongan ah Nando ah. Harga temen itu. Toko temen. Nonton dulu bro. Matiin TV gimana sih nih nge-lag nih babi. Matiin TV di mana? TV layar nih.
Di gameplay apa? Yang.
Baten.
Wow. Di bawah pokoknya ada
พี่ตอง
live
รถให้หน่อย
stream.
พี่ตอง
Live stream.
เอารถ
Stream.
เหรอน้ำ Baten
ฝากเลยฝากเลยมีคนงัดผมมีคนงัดผม
มีคนมาแล้วครับผม
เดี๋ยวแม่ง
เดี๋ยว
รถไป
แม่ง
จอดให้ที่รถ
เจอ
ได้พี่
เจ็บ
ได้
บ้าง
พี่
เจ็บ
ได้
บ้าง
พี่เอา
เจ็บ
หน่อย
บ้าง
เอาหน่อย
น็อกหนึ่ง
Lucid number
น็อกส่งน็อกหนึ่งน็อกส่งอะไรวะ
อะไรวะเนี่ย
Alewa is
เบรด
อะไรครับ
เบรดkemarin coba
ไอครับ
setahu
สวัส
ya.
ดีครับ
ไอ้ต้องอย่าลืมนะ
ไอ้ตีจะไปไอ้ตี
Atas lah berarti lah.
แม็กเด็กขี้อ่ะ
McD Hia,
Stalder, Stalber.
KFC Hia.
Kalau atas sini ketemu dia juga pasti ya. Siapa yang
Atas
paling
kanan
dulu?
aja, atas kanan kita.
Oh, kanan.
Stalber.
Nggak ada,
Ada orang nggak ada?
nggak. Di Yasna ya paling jauh. Kalau kiri masalahnya nggak ada rumah-rumah, Cok.
I will take car.
Awas ketemu sama orang gopol atas.
Ada orang Dal. Atas semua ada orang.
Di sini ada orang ya.
Cok.
Han. Ada orang Han.
Iya, di aku juga. Dia ngambil mobil doang kayaknya nih.
Hijau adaan. Ambil mobil
Ada
doang.
di aku. Iya, ambil mobil doang.
GG zone.
Clip off kakak. Ketemu LD apa? Kalau nyari alah.
Nggak, Lipov gak ada. LD Dimension kan?
Iya, tapi kan nyari kapal juga kali. Mungkin sepemikiran.
Ya laut kiri ya pokoknya.
Kiri map atau
Iya kiri. Kanan.
Di kau lari Han.
Iya, lari. Kayak Snide ya.
Oh, orang mes coy.
sabar ya, hati-hati Jack, lu bisa dikejar juga deh.
Iya.
Kau nggak ada mobil Han.
Gak ada, Cok. Kau ada kah?
Come. Don't long.
Oke. Berdes gak?
Kalau ada lebih kit bandage bawain aja Han.
Aku bawain.
Apa nyatamu?
Mutan. Shotgun.
Sini SG nya.
Ngapain?
Dia kasih kok ngapain. Kau aku tengok jago kali 2.
Emang window mainnya, emang window. Full screen.
Allah nge-like cuma bisa dua tuh.
Bisnis apa mall? Bukan bisnis. Jual beli. Ini supre. Boleh.
Di Stalber ada gudang lu Jack.
Iya. Gua sama Vandal nggak ada kendaraan loh. Lu naik apa itu? Oh bagi.
Bagi.
Harusnya gua ke kiri ya. Gua nge-restart turun masalah.
Udah berharap sama mobil tanda hijau ada Jack ya?
Enggak. Udah cabut.
Nah itu nyari mobil ke situ masih
Udah diambil.
Makanan kita ada di loot Han.
apa Jack?
Udah
Oh.
diambil. Itu udah di-loot.
Gak liat gua.
Udah diambil mobilan padahal
Ya.
sama orang.
Oke. Makanya. Gimana lagi? Kita
Mantap juga.
Ya Allah nggak nampak mak. Tengok mobilan. Clip off ada kah?
Gak ada
Gak ada.
di
Itu depan
arus
ada.
semua.
Depan kita persis di mobil kanan. Oh, ini ada. Kalian ada di mobil nggak, Bu?
Hai
Nggak ada.
no.
belum.
Belum ada. Salber 2 kah Dal? Lu lihat ya?
Dua orang. Ada temen lagi kok nggak ada.
Kalian nggak ada mobil satupun.
No.
Gak ada.
Hanya awal itu mobil dulu.
I want take enemy first.
Maingu.
First one. shooting no me. And I'm
Garismu apa dong?
paling situ ada mobil.
Ada yang mau grip gak?
Apa tuh?
Vertical tab grip.
Vertikal. Jemput Vandal dulu aja.
Ya.
Zona milbes lagi.
Udah ada yang ke kiri ya. Ke kiri aku. Sel R nih. Bapaknya lah. Ngelek nih.
Tuh ada mobil tuh.
Ya tanda
Situ
ku, tanda ku.
tapi. Oh,
Tanda
tanda
aku ada
mobil.
mobil.
Ya udah.
Ada satu lagi di Primox dekat biru itu ada mobil lagi.
Turun dong, bisa di atas. Udah tungguin.
Udah ada jalan lewat aku juga ya.
Kok ngilang?
Ada orang.
Diambil siapa?
Gak tahu.
Ada kendaraan tuh bagi tuh.
Ada bagi di aku tapi sini.
Ini. Ada mobil lagi depan kok.
Tandaku bagian. Bagi kita tadi.
Gua ambil bagi lagi dalam moka.
Kapal ada kita.
Gua bawa bagi dah.
Ada mobil di gudang, Cok. Mobil orang. Ada yang begal nih kayaknya. Kananan aja. Ada mobil tuh kanan ngeliat tuh. Tandaku.
Udah merah. Gua mau.
Mau lewat Delta Power nggak bang?
Ayo.
Nengok-nengok dulu. Apa? Kapal nih.
Ada yang mau tab grip nggak? Dal? Jadi. Tab grip ada 2.
I have.
Tadi mau apa sih? Vertikal. Coba pakai jalan. Coba pakai aja.
Ke dalam ini ya bang.
Dalam Bang.
Iya. Dan ke kanan kan. Badan.
Liatin dah keker.
Wait. Bandage aja.
Dal keker dal.
Keker.
Lu
Panel ini malas sekali loh.
paling depan lo.
Mat gua. Apa?
Baca, sabar.
Kok panas tapi gitu latihan? Heran banget. Ah!
Itu nggak jalan.
Betul kita rupanya bilang ya. Scrim balas chat ya kan. Alah.
Ada.
Waktu yang kita itu loh. Wah deh lu. Minta
Ini Dal, tabgrip Dal.
boosting dong, gua nggak ada satu pun.
Satu tuh.
Vertikal Jack ini Jack sama pandang.
Atau gue bisa.
Boosting tuh.
Mana sih Han?
Belakang lu tadi itu ya Allah ini. Ya Allah matanya. Cok.
Nyari dulu kenapa? Nanya mulu lu.
Belum dilihat aja.
Vertikal aja deh mau nggak?
Wah ada surga dunia. Wah.
Ini ya, kayak tawanya juga gimana bro?
Kayak mana bentuk surga tak tahu, surga dunia bapak enggak bro.
Yes.
Kali 6 nih.
Coba beri gak?
Gua ada merah cuk putih.
Lu mau hijauan? FS3 nih di atas.
Enggak mau. Ada yang mau nggak peluru hijau?
Kali 4.
Kali 6 ada yang mau? Wah,
Udah ada yang mau kah? Aiwan. Ada Beril lagi. Menggoda
Kali
hati.
4 boleh dong Pirit.
Gak ada sopan-sopannya cuk, malah bercanda tuh.
Oh, ini.
Mau ngambil.
Ini. Monyet lo.
Udah.
Ya Allah ngambek cok.
Orang udah di situ duluan.
Coba naikin
Cikpet.
bukitnya Bang Jek
Cikpet,
kalau nggak ada
cikpet.
orang Bang Jek.
Iya.
Rengket lo di bawah lo.
Cikpet mau gak?
Orang udah lagi reload.
Nembak aku dari atas bukit, paling atas bukit.
Nembak kau.
Iya,
Ada mobil nih.
Yang tahu
ya paling atas bukit.
Boleh, mobil aku juga ada, gue juga.
Ada mobil sport.
Itu ada mobil was di lu Jack.
Ini ada lagi dah.
Sini garasi.
Terdalam smoke Dal.
Itu ada Dacia lagi. Ah, lu ambil wasan.
Garasi dalam
Dalam direksi ada itu Dal.
kanan sini kanan.
Han, lu ambil wasan.
Ya. Gua ambil kali 6 dulu.
Cuma gua sekarang.
Ditip kesin cok.
Amanin.
Dal, sini mobilnya. Mobil luas. Ada sini.
Lewat kiri apa lewat kanan kita Bang Jek?
Enak.
Lewat kanan apa? Kalau kiri kebanyakan orang muter-muter gitu nggak sih?
Ah iya. Itu kah?
Lewat kanan ini maksudnya. Maaf.
Oh. Iya, garis bukan? Iya.
Iya.
Ini kali 6 berit. Cikpet gak ada yang mau.
Gak ada demer kan Jack. Oren. Tuh hijau.
Compare mau gak?
Boleh.
Udah.
Siapa nih?
Itu
Bang Jek kan?
kali 6 ini berit. Di sini.
Tas 3 nih.
15 detik ya. Mobil berapa?
Ada satu yang berhenti buat nengokin ya. Ada satu yang telat ya. Sini.
Orang berit. Mati.
Udah.
What the heck? Dari tadi kok dia jalan sendiri dah?
Hampir ya.
Ada orang cok di bawah kamar, ada cok. Orang bener cok. Kayaknya.
Ya langsung.
Oh ya, ada pasti.
Oh, itu langsung saya bunuh dia.
Ambil dah langsung.
Ambil ke atas saya dulu.
Gimana nih? Lagi.
Bagi
Ada
berapa?
siang.
Ada lobok kayak berit sini.
Oh,
Ambil
dari
atas.
atas bukit ya.
Ada bawa kita bersisa.
Di mana? Han, Dal.
Bawa kita. Ada orang berenang tadi. Di jalan.
Jalan ya.
Dari berenang. Bisa tandaku situ. Bisa biru kan? Iya bisa biru. Di sini nggak ada mission nggak?
Ada coy di poin ini masih bisa dia. Coba tengok kanan. Ikea.
Depanku. Tanah.
Nah,
Di pohon.
Nah mungkin dia ke kanan ini mati dia.
Satu orang kan?
Iya, satu orang. Kenapa?
Pohon.
Iya.
Yang kau bom.
Oh iya nampak.
Mati.
Aku nggak mati, kena bomku dah.
Itu lobatan.
Iya, kena bom aja. Dari atas.
Udah itu soalnya.
Tengok depan lagi hati-hati.
Dari atas.
Jembatan.
Mobil. Jembatan. Lewat kita harusnya. Kalau nggak atas lagi nih.
Ya Allah.
Wih, ada yang nembak gak tuh?
Jembatan. Udah ambil agak.
Berhenti deh, cek depan lu persis. Mana bir?
Satu.
Cuma satu Kak Jek.
Masih ada satu
Ada lagi. Gampang gak tuh? Gerak tuh dia. Dasia ke kiri harusnya dia. Coba.
Gua ada mobil
Mau
lagi.
gerak?
Ayo.
Udah lah.
Sabar aku tengok lihat.
Sekitar bukit situ pokoknya biar lihat yang kosong aja.
Boleh.
Ayo sama gua kan.
Tandaku masih kosong. Betul. Nah, sabar. Ada bagi ya. Di bawah tandaku, di bawah long groundnya. Ambil kirian merahnya aja.
Iya. Kau bisa jalan kak Bir?
Bisa. Aku nanti bisa ngeflankin dia.
Aku jalan, aku gerak kayak nih.
Duluan.
Kan siap nembak kan kalau ada orang.
Ya.
Ambil si pendal. Ke kirian ya.
Open banget nggak sih, Jack?
Coba tengok
Coba.
belakang satu ya. Yang deka tadi.
Open banget, udah sih.
Open banget kalau ke kiri banget.
Ini udah cari yang lainnya.
Ini udah, sini dulu nih. Kanan di pohon itu pohon kanan. Satu orang dong.
Ini, parah.
Loh, mati tuh, pasti mati dia. Temennya kiri atas.
Dia aku ada 2.
Knock dua.
Tanahku ada,
Wah.
tanahku awas.
Wah, gua nggak ada smoke anjing.
Tembakan baju aja.
Ngepron deh.
Ngepron dia, coba.
Sabar ya. Dikit lagi. Di gua.
Di batu.
Di belakang gua masih ada.
Tanda biru ya, tanda biru.
Sabar
Poin
ya.
itu.
Banyak. Luar zone masih ada juga. Tengok luar zone nya banyak. Biar aku.
Oh, dia kenok.
Oke.
Satu lagi dia nih. Ngeres.
Satu lagi.
Enggak ngeres. Gak tahu satu jauh nih harusnya. Satu lagi pasti. Oh, di batu. Udah bangun, udah. Belum bangun harusnya itu.
Kan tadi gerak, Jack ya?
Iya, itu gerak kenok gak sih?
Iya, gerak kenok.
Gerak kenok kan? Di batu, Bir.
Bominnya. Mati.
Tadi.
Gerakannya kenok kayaknya.
Aku cuma lihat bom yang pertama doang aja. Bom yang kedua nggak lihat gua.
Oh, Rido emang gak kuat gua nyari dia, Cuk.
Banget gua kenok. Kelihatan orangnya Jack jauh tuh.
Kenok dari mana dia, Birit?
Hah?
Si
Dari atas
Rido ya?
bukit. Orang itu udah ke tandaku ya. Manjak main sendiri manjak.
Iya.
Manjak kalau bisa aku ambil sini ya.
Mana tuh? Oh.
Depan kanan tuh udah ada orang manjak.
Biru Jack, tengah zona banget.
Gua ngeri dari kanan lagi, Cuk.
Tengok-tengokin aku juga Wan Jaya.
Gua gerak dah. Mau gerak kau.
Atas biru ada Jack ya. Dalam itu.
Itu kau yang di lubang gitu ya?
Enggak. Gazon yang lubang. Ada
Enggak,
depan ini.
ada
cuman
lagi lubang di bawah, Kak. Lubang di bawah.
Iya,
Bro.
oh bawah.
Maksud gua. Ada drop lagi.
Nah itu ada musuh Jack sini Jack.
Gua harus gerak ya.
Ah,
Gua ke bawah kau kali ya.
kan boleh juga. Kau ke lubang itu boleh juga serang aja.
Kanan lu enak sih.
Tadi yang ada ini. Ini lubang waktu itu sih.
Bukan. Pokoknya deretan lurusan ini, Jack. Ada mobil apa? Dacia, ada orang.
Nih tanda aku banjir.
Awas. Sini
Iya.
berarti.
Atasmu ada kan? Wah, ngengok
Ada,
aku.
ada,
Tuh.
ada.
Ada was kananku lagi.
Ada batu.
Gua
Gua open.
open dari kanan. Terus gua udah dari kanan nih.
Dia mau ke gua nih.
Iya lah.
Iya ada step ya, garis sendiri.
Dia mau turun ke gua banjir. Oh,
Di sini tembakin.
Gua tembak AWM gitu.
Dari rumah Jack, dari rumahnya Jack. Sini.
Apotik kah?
Ah, apotik.
Yuh,
Astaga.
kenapa
Aman sih gue Brit. Di atas perang harusnya nih. Tanda aku. Tapi butuh smoke. Ya kena ada di atas. Oren.
Itu Ki. Tapi nggak tahu sih. Nanti pohon.
Atas mobil. Oh, di mobil.
Di pohon Ki.
sih.
Dia lihat lu nyebrang gak sih Brit?
Harus lagi Jack. Tadi yang nembak kan tuh temannya ngasih info.
Ah, kiri kayak bukan temannya dah. Nggak mungkin temannya nggak sih?
Oh,
Bukan, bukan.
Bukan.
maksudnya yang atas ini kan Jack yang waypoint ya?
Bukan temannya kiri. Kalau udah temannya kiri udah pasti mati Berit, dibunuh.
Nggak tahu sih.
Kan nengok ke atas lah Berit mending. Tumben gak ada pocin. Di sini nggak ada pocin dulu lah. Di Indo aja. Kalau di sini kadang mati, kadang hidup tengah, kadang hidup full zone. Udah PS berapa
Atas
tuh?
ini udah mati belum sih?
TN
Harusnya
namanya kan?
belum. Nggak tahu deh. Bukannya VN,
VTA.
VTA, VTA.
V apa lah?
Lima ame. Masih ada sih.
Ada tuh, ke kiri banget ya. Ke kiri banget. Nembaknya barusan di sini. MBTA atasmu ya, Berit. Ah, tuh MBTA tuh AWM tuh.
Kejar aku kah?
Siapa Berit? Yang dari kuning kah?
Kawan yang
Iya.
namanya SLR kayak. Nyari kau itu.
Ini orang atas nih. Tak mau pula nih, Mbak. Bapak lah.
3-3 kah?
Iyalah.
Di prank Darkman nih bentar lagi.
Menakut kali.
Konvoy itu kayaknya tuh.
Kanan sedikit.
Mati sudah ngepack puasa. Oh nggak bisa.
Woi, single kau bego.
Kau remuk badannya.
Jangan kau tembak. Jangan kau tembak, oi. Kanan kau ada.
Ini semua satu WM ini yang ada Fred.
Tak.
Kawan kau.
Ya lu itu nggak ketahuan.
Anjing Del ini single coba. Mau dia main itu.
Bocor itu.
Kena bed kau setan.
Terpotong deh.
Udah mati VTA anjing.
Baru mati cuk, makanya dia nyebrang, makanya dia nge-push.
Iya tadi yang lu bilang ujung itu kan.
Oh iya yang di ujung nembak. Barulah dia nyebrang lah, nggak mungkin. Pasti udah konfirmasi dari dianya.
Bomnya anjing kena 2.
Oh, itu bom laki itu beneran langsung meledak ya, Anda? Laki dia tuh kan dia lempar bom 2 kali, cu. Aku sama. Yang kedua
Nggak ada.
bener langsung meledak kan dilempar kan?
Dia lempar bom sekali doang.
2. 2, cok.
Sumpah, gue nyariin Rido, cuk, di balik batu, ngepron ternyata. Habis itu gue kena headshot, bodo amat
Itu
lah.
bom siapa tuh?
Aku bukannya udah bilang gak sih? Yang
Bom.
ada di sini berdua nih. Dia di sini satu sama sini satu. Dia nyebrang satu nih.
Apa?
Lu lihat itu gua kena hit.
Nggak tahu dah.
Meledak.
Bom dia.
Berarti 2 kali dong. Bodoh kali.
Oh, kita tadi muter-muter lama sih soalnya. Ke kiri. Oh, ini yang dia dari tadi, Berit. Hah? Rido.
Bukan, bukan.
Oh, yang di pohon. Siapa itu?
Lemparan kena tadi yang sendiri tadi.
Deka.
Deka lah ya ini lagi. Deka udah mati dah. Tadi mana mati? Sama orang bukit kayaknya. Jangan di headshot.
Anjir orang Deka Jack splitnya Jack.
Apa tuh?
Iya orang Deka tadi yang stalber. 2 stalber. Atas kiri gua. Sama dekat Farhan.
Mobil wasnya kok bisa hilang ya? Penasaran gua anjing.
Dia nampak aku kah?
Oh, Nando
Oh,
dari
nampak.
rumah.
Ini bisa mati aku nih kalau nggak diganggu Nando nih.
Oh, gue parah padahal anjing. Dari sini kah?
Iya,
Wow,
banyak
bete.
mati sama orang atas deh.
Jauh kali. Ngeliat aja deh.
Ya Allah, darahnya kena bom segini anjing.
Enggak harus maju kan. Kena tuh.
Apa? Ini udah pas banget bom gua.
Tahu. Tapi yang
VT.
bom maju pas mau apa maju.
Yang pas kau mau nyebrang kayaknya pas perang itu deh.
Jekzy udah, tinggal kalian doang,
Iya kah?
Iya kah?
Iya kah? Iya kah?
Iya kan doh?
Iya kah? Iya kah? Anjay,
Iya kan doh?
kali Jekzy lo nembak.
Bulan dong, invite. Dong.
Tahu bukannya invite ngomong doang.
Cok.
Wah, itu.
No.
Buat apa kita friendlist nih, Bro?
Gak ada lu di gua.
Enggak. Yang lain.
Kelihatan kan.
Sumpah lu kok gak ada di gua, Jack?
Parah banget sih, dihapus sih.
Kita tuh gak berteman anjing yang di sini goblok.
Yang di sini.
Apa ini gua spam? Gua spam. Mau gua spam lo. Hah?
Spam dong. Oke, OTW. Anjing. Jadi lu mau live di mana nih, Jack? Yang bener, Jack? Jack. Wah, gila nge-mute. Oke. Bye.
Iya, di bomnya. Harusnya mati kok bang. Tahu.
Apalagi tadi gak tahu berapa orang tuh. Pokoknya awal pohon. Lama banget kita bunuh pohon anjir. 3 orang, cuk. Gua molly doang baru mati deh. Bentar, gue liat live. Dem, lu berdua dempet juga, cuk. Nih, cari angle lain nih. Ini ke kanan satu nggak apa-apa, cuk. Gue naik ke kiri tadinya.
Gue kan ngerasa gue kalau kayak gitu waktu itu gue dari bom.
Kanan belum nembak, setelah kena bom baru nembak deh. Tens Farhan.
Dal, kalian tidak 3 bulan kalian nggak ada nampak juga. Tidak tak isoran kita.
Jekzy.
Ada kice ya. Apa ke atas lagi kita? Dia ngambil sini kan? Pokoknya sini kosong nggak ada LP tuh. Apa dia ada orang San Martin? Tobat kayak ini orang ngapain coba?
ADP apakah ada musuh?
FTF kan?
Yang gue bingung dia kesini juga loh ke rumah Vanda loh. Kalau atas masih bisa lah.
Mute lu ya.
Cok, aku pakai M4 tadi lurus banget anjir.
Gue pakai SKRL.
Tapi males lah kadang aku pakai M4 tuh. The match-nya kadang-kadang aneh. Jijik aku.
Bukan aneh, emang kalah.
Lama.
Ya ada yang ke atas cuk. Kemana tuh?
Itu apa lah Cobreria ngasih Jack 2 tim.
Satu kiri luan, kiri atas coba lihat tuh. Liatin dah,
Iya, iya.
satu orang doang tuh. Ambil mobil.
Dia
Ya.
arah situ kita juga sih.
Bapak yang ada mobil.
Gue ada motor.
Mobil gaya. Oh ada. I have.
Dia mau ngambil Mirado. 2 orang cok. 2 orang kan, dia mau ngambil Mirado 1 orang kan. Satunya ke rumah Dewa
Ya
kayaknya.
Allah.
Iya, iya.
Lu ada mobil Dal? Motor ya?
Motor.
Gua kebirit lah.
Enggak diambil Mirado ya, enggak diambil aja.
Ih
Aku ada
sumpah,
ini,
nah
ayo.
orang dah. Tolol anjing.
Ica nih kok, sekali nih. Emang mau perang dia.
Tabrak apa San Martin ya babi. Apa idiot banget, tai.
Lu dah itu manjat, lu dah aja. Kalau bisa dapat kau kali-kalian ke atas bukitnya kau. Matiin nak setan lu. Oh dari Hanzi nanti bisa ke tanda aku. Nanti aku biar yang bed.
Kau ambil sini aja.
Kau nggak ngelut sana Han?
Enggak,
Takut.
udah gue debus.
Ngu. Why you scare? Huh? You scare dah ya?
I'm alone.
Think so? You have team, bro. But this so far.
Mas Pak.
Pang le.
Extend ada yang mau gak?
Ada kelas 2 nggak jadi?
No.
Ada di rumah Dewa Dal, banyak Dal. Extend udah Dal.
Udah. Kelas 2 nggak ada.
Dal, Han lu mau Han?
Boleh dulu.
Berapa? Mau berapa?
Satu aja.
Mana udah gulet Jack?
Gua mau ke atas. Lihat si babi ini.
Kita ya enggak apa-apa. Saya
Gak dengar suara mobil gue. Dia bilang dia ke atas juga.
ini harusnya per grade udah nyatu nih. Para rasinian gitu. Ya Allah. Wih, sakitnya damage-nya ke mobil.
Tempat lu biasa ngelut ada kah, Jack?
Ada.
Oh, pakai.
Lupa di rumah ini dia. Pokoknya lah. Belum ada aku tengok banjir.
Cabut dia kayaknya. Full. Mati panci
Di
nih.
sini ada ya tandaku biru
Dengar apa lo?
dengan mobil. Mirado udah hilang.
Wih.
Bokong.
Gitu ya? Gak ada suara. Wah anjing.
Percis belakangnya dia.
Ada di tebing. Sini ya gak ada.
Kok ada orang dia, Bang? Di
Apa?
rumah dewanya?
Rumah Dewa.
Oh,
Rumah dewa
kau. Enggak. Siapa yang biru tuh?
Aku.
Kan. Ya
Udah belakang.
Allah, ya Allah. Mati kan dia bapak. Oh, ada di atas bukit. Oh, beda
Oh
banget.
beda LD.
Ini LD. Tadi tuh soh.
Soft di sini harusnya Brit.
Dia mau ngambil mobil UASnya Birit tuh. Mau ngelut tuh, dia ngelut Jack.
Ya.
Lihat depannya ya, lihat depanan.
Forgrid bisa jadi kosong Tia, bisa jadi. Atau kalau enggak nahan dia.
Gua cabut aja lah.
Ini deh ambil nih. Kosong nih harusnya nih. Hijau.
Satu jemput cuk. Gak ada kendaraan gua kan.
Biar gua. Cari
Ah.
jalan.
Gua ke hijau dulu.
Keren lagi babi
Cok,
babi.
aing rutinitas ya.
Oke. Gua ngepick dia. Fuck.
Power grid masih ada mobil spawn tuh. Udah di loot ya.
Ya kan ada DRK cuk.
Tapi masih ada mobil spawn tuh.
Ya, bisa jadi masih ada orang yang masalah itu berarti.
Lihat mapan.
Iya.
Bisa stay deh. Mana aja kalau mau.
Oh dia baru perang tuh.
Oh, iya.
Gak kelihatan tuh.
Masih ada nih dong. Kan kalau ada grip rumah itu mau ujung air.
Samaan, mau ujung air kalau ada lagi kan.
Oke.
Extend mau nggak lu kan?
Boleh.
Sama gua. Sama kayak 3. Cukup tinggi di atas 3 boleh aneh. Kalau lebih
Lu nyari grip jack ya?
Iya. Sama ujung kalau lebih.
sama elektrik kan. Kalau ada.
Half grip mau?
Boleh.
Gua ada guys.
Ngeliat nih mau kah?
Boleh aja man.
Oh ini ada.
Rumah ini masih aman nih. Daerah ada juga.
Lu buat SK sedala? Like week nih sama gua.
Gua angle aja kan. Alpha gua
Ada
sampah
Alpha,
nih. Tahu Alpha ayo angle aja.
Belum.
Bisa kain nih Dal.
Gua drop dalam
Nge-Z
sini
Dal. Tapi Dal.
Apa?
Nge-Z kalau bisa.
Gua drop dalam.
Dia liat gua nggak tuh? What the fuck?
Bisa nih.
Oh iya.
Ada yang lewat tuh rumah pelangi. Bil.
Itu berapaan?
Oh split ini.
2 kit. SLR mau kadal?
Enggak. Orang bawah udah tau lu kan, Jack?
Udah. Split harusnya garis gua tuh. Soalnya gua belum harusnya nggak kelihatan tadi ngepick. Tiba-tiba ditembak.
Gak
Sama
ada
bawah.
suara motor gua kayaknya.
Enggak. Di infoin harusnya sama gudang tuh. Wih. Cing. Dikemain gua.
Oh iya anjing. Saya tuh, oke betul.
Mobil lagi lewat jalan tanda gua.
Kan ngumpul deh. Rotasi lagi tuh.
Ada motor ya dari kiri Jack, biru.
Eh,
Batu-batu situ belakangnya.
Ah, saya udah lihat Sian.
gue liat motor. Ini DRK nih.
Jack, rumah ini masih aman kan, Jack?
Pelangi tadi ada yang lewat Dal.
Yang tadi mobil tadi kemana?
Nah, yang mobil
Apa,
mana?
gua lihat lagi deh.
Betul aja kalau.
Gua jalan, Cok.
Oh,
Oh my god.
atas kosong sih, tanda gua kosong.
Ada.
Ya ada nih. Ada.
Ini Asya kosong nih. Gua liat deh.
Kempes tapi mobil kayaknya dah.
Set di gua 4 ya.
Ngeliat nih, Jack. Grip.
Sabar.
Nah, gua keluar.
Babi nih jauh nih. Rumah ini kosong tuh.
Belakang mobil, Jack ya, 2 mobil.
Susah nggak sih Jack? Atau lebih gampang?
Kayak lebih enak aja deh.
2 mobil, Jack, belakang, Jack. Awas, Jack.
Ya diisi dong situ ya.
Isi nggak Jack?
Lu isi bawa gua aja dulu dah. Rumah dewa tuh.
Udah aman kan?
Udah aman. Daan. Ini ngejar ke kita.
Makanya,
Aku mati dong. Mobil lu mana?
bawa kita persis.
Lu coba ambil dah.
Coba kah?
Gua cover. Oh, kelihatannya kosong orange, Cok.
Keren.
Nih, sekali lagi. Apa?
Panik kosong nanti kuning. Bisa tembakan atau dampingnya?
Sini kuning ada.
Oh, barang white point ada.
Foto.
Wajib.
Jadi gua baru turun juga ya. Mirado aja. Bagi Mirado.
Baru turun deh.
Itu yang bagi merah ada kan?
Dari atas ya, aja.
Iya. Plus. Barang satu.
Nabrak kan?
Langsung Jack. Dapat white point.
Ada drink kan?
Ada nih.
Lumayan nih Jack.
Gua drop.
Ini extend.
Udah.
Kasih dia ngasih Jack, merah Jack. Kuning, kosong tuh.
Emang kosong?
Coba.
Harusnya gue liat lagi.
Atas mobil.
Oh ada, berotasi nih.
Ada tadi. Ya baru rotasi kan?
Ini ding.
Atas
Ada
mobil, Cok.
harusnya itu. Tadi gua
Ada,
lihat.
kondisi. Jack. Sama orangnya tadi. Kondisi sama orangnya tadi Jack. Yang tadi tembakin tuh. Kosong.
Gerak yuk.
Ayo.
Lewat kanan.
Kondisi ya.
Lu gerak dia. Liatinan.
Iya. Bos.
Pacaran ini ada pagar.
Ya ada Jack. Cuma Jack.
Bensin, Jack ya. Udah nggak, Jack.
Iya.
Dia belum lihat. Dia belum lihat kalian. 3 orang gue liat Cok.
Berhenti kah dia, Dal?
Apa? Enggak ini ngomongin tanda lu. Merah.
Oh, iya.
3 orang gue liat. Di pagar semua dah. Dia belum tahu kalian. Mobil lah.
Mobil belakang.
Atas ada,
Jack.
Cok.
Jack. Aku lihat mobil Jack. 2 orang.
Keluh.
Keluh.
Lihat deh. Atas cumcer ada, Cuk. Itu dulu kah kita? Lo bro.
Kalau mobil berhenti bilang.
Gue cari bensin Cok buat mobil kalian Cok. Mobil kalian habis kan?
Iya.
Tunggu
Jauh
dia dah. Tunggu dia kemana tuh?
Ujung zona dia. Udah arah Cumca.
Nggak ada bensin sama Dewa. Mau boosting kan Jack?
Udah.
2/3 gua.
Kok pecah anjing?
Enggak. Bunyi.
Ayo ke orange dulu lah. Gak bisa kita ke depan.
Ya kodenya lu, Cuk.
Saya
Di kandang ada ya.
kosong.
Sama maju kok.
Bukit guys sih, Jack. Ada ya?
Gak bisa gerak sekarang kan.
Nembak-nembak ini kan gudang nggak sih? Ya kan?
Ada kandangnya, ada kandangnya, ada
Kandang
kandang.
ada kan? Iya, maksudnya kandang.
Ada itu.
Harusnya
Agak
dia
salah anjing naik.
latih cukup mana?
Gerak dia, yang atas biru.
Lewat sini gitu.
Ini, Cuk.
Lo jalanan deh. Pasti.
Di buka deh.
Enggak, terus tuh.
Juga gerak.
Mobil gerak juga.
Oh, bukit ada ya, beda squad gue liat kayak. Jangan ditembakin deh.
Itu knock 3, Cok. Di mananya?
Bom. Bom tuh di rumah,
Iya.
Cuk. Rumah panjang tuh nabrak. Ditabrak balik di rumah dewanya. Pasti.
Kuning beda squad aja ya.
Ya.
Ada aja. Deep blue nggak sih, Jack?
Di bukit tuh. Bukit kan, Cok.
Masih ada.
Bukit
Kiri.
tuh. Yang revive juga.
Cok, belum, Cok.
Ayo tabrak dah. Itu dah.
Eh,
Mana?
Bukit.
Mana, Jack?
Bukit lagi kena. Oh nggak kena ya?
bro, bukit kiri. Tanda kuning.
Kuning. Lagi revive di smoke dah.
Oh, kena ya.
Tapi nggak zone, Cuk.
Gua bom. Gua smash. Oh, sekarang lagi tengah-tengah.
Gua bom, Jack.
Sabar lah.
Bom dia, weh.
Ya Allah.
Ya ampun. Belakang, Cuk. Tembak sih.
Lari dia dah.
Abut aja dah ke lubang.
Kabur aja. Kasih dah.
Coba ke lubang dah. Gak tau masih zona apa enggak. Woi,
Wah,
Kenapa?
mati zona.
Kenapa?
Nggak ada kit lagi.
habis. Ini last.
Ambil dari ke depan. Ambil udah gua. 4.
Up.
Mbak. Pendek.
Berapa tim, cu? 3 tim nggak sih itu?
Gak ada smoke lagi aja deh.
Jalan ke atas dan
Jalan ke atas. Jangan atau jalan deh.
jalannya kanan terus ah.
Belum.
Jangan. Nah, ujung zone lah. Ada orang tuh ngepick kan? Oh bukan. Pagar.
Ada lagi. 4 KW gerak.
Mana pagar deh?
Suaranya dari situ.
Ah itu ada bom tuan. Itu kayak perang dah. Lari. Nih deep bisa. Sini juga masih bisa kayaknya oren.
Kalau ini pakai ini kan lagi banyak. Makanya pakai slow. Coba lihat.
Bangunan. Lihat depan, lihat kiri lu. Seberang.
Yang
Nah,
seberang lu. Coba lihat kirian.
Situ deh, Cok.
ada mobil rusak situ tuh.
Sini deh.
Lu nyebrangan, sumpah, nyebrang. Ada mobil
Belum
rusak di situ.
Ya.
Itu orang satu. Nah, itu aja lu.
Oh, ada.
Bunuh terus steal kill dulu. Kalah sekali ya. Dia.
Kanan. Kanan Han. Di pohonan dekat
Kanan smoke.
smokean.
Kenok satu. Gak tahu yang mana ya.
Enggak lagi.
Ya. Lah, belakang ada orang satu doang.
Dia mati sama orang.
Iya, cuma mati anjing berapa detik, Cuk. Coba lu dapet yang itu tuh. Mati harus ini. Soalnya ganti vision ini.
Mati. Yang bunuh dia LD. Kebakaran. Yang depan tuh. Resor.
Dikira ada orang, Cuk. Gak berani dia ke situ. Mati dong, naik dia nih. Oh, ada yang flash. What the fuck? Mati.
Dia buang helm deh.
Masa iya? Hilang, Cuk. Mati ya.
Han, soal di spot lu kecilan gak sih Han?
Apa?
Bukan itu yang orang-orangnya. Kecilan, oh.
Kan gua pakai loudness. Beda, Cok.
Tadi udah kanannya nggak denger.
Dengar.
Masuk nembak depan. Kalau kanannya nembak ini mati. Tadi. Lihat.
Mati Maris.
Tuh, dia masih nembak. Kalau dia nembak dia mati. Cok. Lama, Cok.
Ditinggalin gak tuh?
Gapur itu kecil kali, 30 kecil tuan.
Hah?
Ih anjing. Berapa detik lagi tadi, Cok?
Satu. Gue ditembak. 4-4 kah? 4-4 kalau orang lu. Yang mana enak itu ayam.
Iya sama.
Wih, roda yuk, roda.
Dikasih roda, nah roda.
Roda.
Real life. Iya.
Oh,
Lawan
anjing.
gue.
Obat. Sambal. Kepala not. Orang
Iya. It. Itu panas, cuma itu panas. Pakai jaket panas.
Started. pesawat boy. Gue ambil bawah ya lah, babi.
Apa manje? So tuh ambil mana? Elpozo kah?
Gak tau dah.
Gak ada Mogi ya?
Ya mau kayaknya iya deh, dia yang perang ya? Mau ya?
LD cok. Cheat Dream.
Oh, oh,
Orangnya MLD-an.
Pozo. Enggak El Pozo.
Oh.
Enggak tahu. Enggak ada Mogi anjing.
terus So itu siapa? Di mana? Dia ngelut bapak itu.
Enggak tahu.
Maybe La Cobrere. La Cobrere. 2 tim soalnya.
Cuk, oh kenapa nggak ada mobil nih? Heran banget. Sana baru ada mobil. Bagi tuh.
Ini Ice kan, Jack?
Apa?
Ini Ice kan yang berambil rumah kita kan, Jack?
Iya.
Mati gede itu masih kurang.
Dia pengen jalannya itu, Dal. Bisa kemana-mana. Bapaan.
Tengah kita ada. Ini ada.
DRK lagi ya?
BK Abang Je.
Dari mana?
DRK come to you, I think so. Or playing di bukit-bukit mau bisa didamain.
Dengan
Bagi gua. Di tanda gua nih ada nih. Kalau mau ambil.
ala mobil tuan.
Gua ambil bagi ini ya.
Enggak, mobil itu apa?
Mirado. Di sini bagi udang gua.
Cikpet. Aku ke kau lah Bang Je.
Ya ada.
Stand sama gua dan kalau mau.
Tanda kuning itu aja Dal. Loot Dal. Udah lama di sana Dal. Kosong juga tanda kuning.
Noka.
Kuce kayak kuce. Tengok mobil.
Kalau ada red dot sana Bang Je.
Oke, sa. Lebih ada lebih.
No.
Extender gua terbagi.
Oh, ada chick pet ya. Mau ujung lebih.
Ujung.
Cikpet aku ada nih Bang Je. Ntar dia sudah. Kok ada kendaraan Bang Je?
Ada bagi.
Aku main sini aja lah apa ya?
Bebas. Gembelnya kelihatan nggak?
Tamu kosong aja.
Ada orang. Kau mau kemana cok? Ke gue lu.
Han, sini Han, sini Han.
Naik bagi dia tuh. Udah di situ, Birit.
Di mana?
Tandaku. Ada yang mau nabrak gua, buruan.
Jangan langsung ayan.
Ya.
Dal.
Hit sekali dong. Naik dia.
Cuman
Naik deh. Oh,
Ke bawah
oh,
lagi
ke
dia,
bawah
ke bawah lagi dia.
Tabrakan rumah panjangan. Nah, dikira satu kan lu. Banyak kempes semua.
turun deh.
Awas yang dari atas bukit batu ya. Awas dari
Oh,
atas
iya.
bukit batu ya.
Itu open kerja aku cok. Birit tandaku Birit. Tembak bareng Birit. Lihat gak?
Gak kelihatan deh gua.
Lihat gak?
Itu
Ya
Birit.
aku nggak.
Aku minta tolong Birit. Nah, ini kan Birit.
Oh, perang lagi
dia.
sama
Ini beda
Deka.
ya, ini beda ya.
Iya, udah perang lagi deh.
Aku tembak bantu pecah ya.
Pecah, ditembak siapa Dal?
Temennya kayaknya ada tuh. Kayaknya, tapi masih bisa dipakai kok.
Mau fightin nggak?
Dia belum perang lagi, Birit.
Mbak belakang lagi pula.
Gue pengen naik sih, gue bisa naik ke kanan.
Kalau mau naik, coverin dah Jack.
Aku kalian dulu cok.
Tuh udah.
Tuh, mana lagi dia tuh?
Deka nih dari kanan harusnya. DRK-nya yang dari gembel.
Gua di tengah langsung nusuk.
Deka saya.
Boleh. Kalau ada yang datang dari kiri bisa mati sama aku Dal.
Tadi belakang ini nembak ya.
Dah lu ada ujung air dah.
Ada Jack.
Tandaku.
Dengar
Dua orang.
gak lu Jack?
Di mana?
Dim. Dulu.
Tandaku satu ya.
So gua makan Jack.
Mati dia. Dia ngenokin satu depan dia.
Kena.
Depan lu Han, kenok satuan. Satu tanda
Orang jauh
gua.
nembak gua.
Satu tanda gua, satu oren. Kirimu kenok satuan. Ke kiri atas Ayan. Itu yang kenok ya?
Yang kenok ya. Kiri lagi. Aku tembak dari belakang ya. Birit.
Enggak dapat kah?
Betul anjing gak. Tanah aku dah.
Apa? 2 orang ya.
Low itu Han.
Iya, lo banget deh.
Di bawah ini. Dal.
Jangan ada.
Orang jauh.
Oh, tandaku satu, arahku satu.
Lapor ada.
Mati. Sisa di kalian harusnya. Mati dia.
Ada semua gak?
Gak ada.
Mario aku.
Dari kanan juga ada anjing. Dari rumah Birit awal. LD.
Kok nggak ada utility Dal?
Ada.
Lah kill gua di sampah ya.
Oh, bunuh saya Birit.
Si Derka. Knock tadi. Udah mau aku. Saya bisa disampah. Bisa harusnya.
Kosong. Langsung. P1 sih.
Tembak sama gudang.
Kenapa nggak ke atas saya Dal? Pasti ada mobil deh tuh.
Jangan nembak aja Jack. Sampai gua bawain deh.
Ini udah cabut deh ini. Oh.
Itu orang nggak sih?
Belakang ada Jack.
Pelangi diisiin. Wih, wih.
Ngapa manja?
2 tap kagak mati, tapi nggak tahu kenapa. Kalau pala mati tuh. Berarti nggak pala. Udah kemana? Nggak lihat cuk doangnya.
Jack.
Ah panda ini motor muter-muter sumpah.
Di gua enggak.
Nggak motor orang.
Motor apa? Motor laki atau orang?
Orang-orang.
Oh.
Dia mau kosong tuh hijau. Pantara ya. Ini
Hijau,
satu squad.
mana dia ya?
Baru gerak itu baru gerak.
Oh.
Motor harusnya itu doang ada.
Ya.
Yang gue lihat itu dong. Ah, Farhan ke N.
Iya.
Yang tadi minta smoke itu, apa?
Ah.
Iya.
Gue kira hidup sumpah.
Rotasi kemana di gudang deh?
Gak tau, monte. Satu lagi.
Lihat orang lihat kan? Ada enggak?
Enggak. Iya ada.
Hijau ada. Oh, hijau.
Orang SP harusnya.
Merah. 2 orang gue lihat.
Nembak
Masih ada
mini.
tuh, Jack.
Iya, nembak mini barusan. Oh, masih ada di gudangnya. Di
Iya
gudangnya.
gudang gue lihat. Merah ada Jack ya?
Ada satu squad merah. Full.
Kadang-kadang lihat tanda biru deh.
Gerak deh.
Perang kanan. Tandaku perang.
Di bawahnya gudangnya anjing.
Yang rotasi orang pelangi Jack.
Oh ya orang pelangi.
Berarti pelangi kau sama ngambil dulu nggak sih Jack?
Boleh.
Duluan deh.
Ya udah ambil dulu.
Atas bisa mau ngambil Jack.
Kau duluan aja.
Tanda hijau.
Maka kita malah sama monte gue nggak tahu deh. Nggak kelihatan. Sini sih feeling gue kosong sih. Cuman jalannya lewat mana ya? Ini ada lewat atas ada ya.
Iya, ada.
Kalau mau gini.
Ntar gue lihat dulu yang mana. Yang sini gue mau. Tapi yang satu tembakan sih tanda gue Jack.
Bisa sih nusuk situ dah.
Mau sekarang atau
Sekarang aja kalau bisa. Sekarang aja. Ada satu squad belakang gue.
oh iya.
Jing. Nembak motornya. Alah anjing. Game anjing sumpah.
Kita ambil merah kan?
Iya. Yang kosong aja bukan. Kanan satu orang doang. Lewat depan aja dah, lari ke rumah, lurus ke kanan terus dah.
Mau ambil rumah yang kemarin. Yang kalah itu.
Gara-gara nge-lag anjing. Santai udah Dal. Lu nih harusnya. Nembak aja nggak apa-apa sih Dal kayak. Kalau lihat orang. Biar lu tahu dikira split atau enggak ada orang lah.
Iya biar split sama orang lain.
Buang bensin kalau di pos. BZ.
Gua buang, usah tuang-tuang lagi.
Mending tuang Dal, sumpah.
Waktunya, Cok.
Enggak, sebelum kau push, nanti aja maksudku. Daripada naro kau tembak, enggak mending bensin gitu tuang. The best. LD split hijau tuh harusnya. Suara lu PD mana Dal, sini atau ke oren?
Orang gak bisa nggak sih?
Zone-nya ke sana tapi maksudnya.
Capcok. Sekarang Dia bilang nge-fix ya, gue bilang sekarang, jangan sekarang ya kan.
Kebaya. Awas ada LD.
Udah kalau orang cok.
Shotgun andal. Mobil ya. Wih. Berarti mama seberang tuh.
Samping gua kan, Jak.
Iya.
Iya.
Rumah-rumah.
Rumah yang ada.
Yang lantai 1. Sama rumah lu. Kenok MTA ada itu.
Itu kan di mana tuh?
Bisa sabar gak sih, Jack?
Gak tau dah.
Bisa di ke kau Nindal? Enggak, Deng. Rumahnya masih zone juga. Merah ada Andal.
Enggak tahu.
Tadi ada. Kayak udah nggak ada dah. Kayak udah ngumpul di hijau lu. Udah nggak?
Lah.
Sama dengan
3.
Ke depan semua deh.
Dia nggak tahu kah? Soalnya
Bang.
udah tutup pintu loh tadi.
Jauh itu asal nggak denger emang.
Masa iya nggak denger?
Jauh cok dekat baru. Itu. Mana dia kok berani?
Dia lihat sebalik malah.
Ke depan ada zona.
Kau semua kirinya nanti Dal. Kiri yang ini Dal. Dia lihat ya?
Iya, satu dia dia nih.
Satu di
Pas sebelah kau ini
garasi.
ya?
Sebelah
Plus.
sebelahnya masih garasi kan?
Lagi lah, ada pesawat nih Dal. Semua sini Dal. Kanan Dal, ke kanan kau Dal. So,
Dong.
heal. Ha.
Dia kenok satu.
Ya.
Todongin lagi dah dari dalam. Dalam dia. Ah mati dia.
Samping ada ngasih.
Kayak mati. Itu di luar dia. Oh, nggak ada helm dia Dal.
Harusnya apa sih padahal bapak kau? Bikin semua anjir.
Zone call lu.
Harusnya nggak
santai
ada.
aja dulu.
Ya kan Dal?
Tutup aja dah. Biar lu tahu kalau ada yang bokong lagi.
Ada net kau Dal. Ada net.
Ada satu.
Iseng-iseng marah dia Dal. MG itu. Ah, cuma satu.
Waduh.
Satu harusnya Dal. Satu atau dua apa gitu. Di dalam dia harusnya. Oh, di ujung malah.
Pok dulu. Pinggir jalan ada ya. Awas,
Emang iya,
oren.
Oren jauh.
Oh, oren.
Oh, perang deh. Satunya perang.
Bisa di dua deh
Iya,
Dal.
dua.
TN.
Nggak kenapa, mari kenapa aja.
Ada mayat tuh, Dal. Ada mayat, Dal. Belakangmu. Dam.
Dan semua.
Itu tuh,
Oh,
nah.
iya.
Helm.
Kiri tuh Dan.
Dua MSC ya. Nah, satu, Dal.
Terus
Lihat,
satu
Dal,
TN-nya.
Dal.
Sisa T-bom.
Tembok
Masih
yang
ada
paling
lawannya
jauh
kayaknya
kayaknya.
Dal.
Tadi langsung majuin aja, cuy, mending.
Bakal main jauh, karena semua dulu.
Nggak kayak yang awal kau ke kiri tuh, nembakin kiri.
Oh.
Nggak usah, cuy, biarin aja deh.
Ya.
Oh, MSC yang itu kan nih. Udah deh, LD seberangnya deh.
Minum.
Lupa kah dia ada orang situ. Knock.
Wih,
Mati.
molotovnya, Cok. Nge-lag,
Blink.
nge-lag anjing. Apa?
Anjing.
Cat.
Kamu masih yang bom. Lari doang ya. Wih, bom. Diam dia injek bom aja.
Walah.
Oh iya. Paksa. Apa sih? Gak ada coveran dari untuk belakang.
Ha. Aku aja kaget tuh dia nge-fight sendiri. Aku niatnya mau mundur dulu. Oke. Aku terus niatnya mau flashback tuh, aku baru niat mau flashback ini. Foto di situ wifi kan aku pelok ke tiara tuh. Aku niat flashback. Nah ini ketembak banget, makanya gue mundur bentar.
Mau pakai yang mana sih?
Baru aku mau bom.
Kok gitu?
Apa sedetik?
Apa? Nggak tahu, nggak tahu aku nembak apa. Pokoknya crosshair-ku udah pas apa itu? Tahu gak kena. Crosshair-nya udah pas padahal loh. Apaan penjepit apaan? Penjepit apaan? Enggak.
Game berapa, Jack? Start. Pesawat. Shot kick.
Oh tuh gini mulu anjing 3 game bang. Gak dapet kita ke atas.
Lu ngomong sama siapa?
Sama lu pada lah. Mute cuk. Kagak circle kagak lewat atas-atas gitu.
Udah bro, udah bro. Ada lah mobil, please. Bentuk
Prank DRK ya berarti. Tapi tergantung zone sih.
derkanya, aku ada mobil kayaknya. Iya, derkanya kayak gini.
Gua udah mau mobil. Diambil lagi mau.
Hmm.
Sekarang nggak diambil.
Lak Pobrernya siapa tadi?
2 tim dah.
Monte zone.
Kita bisa kesini duluan gak sih?
Cok, aku nggak ada mobil, Cok.
Ada bagi tapi
Mau ke tanda aku kah rumah terbang tuh? Lihat, nggak lihat sih tapi
Mau terbang apa nih? Oh,
tanda tuh.
GG.
Wih, nge-lag weh. Yang CBN juga nggak bisa dipakai tuh.
ini di HP.
Kadang masuk ke situ kan anjing. Tapi di sini ada cok. Mungkin naik ya. Gila gak sih kalian?
Nope.
Tapi harusnya yang merah itu bakal naik ke atas gak sih banyak?
Iya makanya.
Gak bukan tak sana dia.
Di saya monte tapi ini. Apa enggak kita di
Ah.
situnya? Agak kiri mungkin.
Apa?
Ambil.
Apa kita putar kanan kiri map kah?
Apa monte ke sono? Ke sini gini.
Iya,
Garisku kah? Berit.
iya.
Ayo. Lihat situ aman sih harusnya.
El Pozo, Kuberia harusnya lewat sana juga tuh.
Gua duluan ya.
Coming.
Suara lu gak ada, Cok.
Oh, kosong kah
Ya.
itu Dal? Dia kok nggak ada?
Nggak ada. Balik.
Kali 3 ada yang mau.
Boleh.
Oke.
Karena bawa dulu Ben.
Arah. Kok nggak ada kendaraan juga kan?
ini baju.
Kalau masih sakit kau besok nggak usah latihan aja. Daripada tambah parah kita hati. Menyuntikkan dong.
Kepentingan.
Case ya. Ada mobil kanan kita lewat jalan Pak,
Masih belakang kan?
Ya Allah. Takut ya. Sararah ya. Tandaku ada orangnya. Iya. Kau juga mau kali 3, Dal?
Apa ya boleh. Sama sekali nggak ada skopan gua dan sama AR.
Demet sama R arah.
Ada DS aja.
Kalian isi itu aja kalau bisa tuh oren. Ntar pas udah lewat
Kemana?
isi oren tuh. Itu rumah 3 ya apa enggak sini? Tebing-tebing tuh. Tapi harus orang monte tuh bukit. Bukit tong-tong lah. Ih, delaynya tai lah.
Rumah yang kulewatin pada kosong kan?
Lewat kosong harus. Masih ada spawn ini, spawn ambil nih. Oren, masih ada gak?
Gimana?
Oren.
Ada.
Ada.
Gua ada X quick.
Lalu sini kasih.
Udah.
Rumah terbang udah ada.
No see. Cari aja rumah yang baru lagi ngelut, Dal. Ini dah kelitikan, Dal. Kau masih butuh kali 3 kan, Manja?
Boleh. Pickpad X quick gua ada nih.
Sikpet boleh.
Rumah terbang perang, Cok.
Ini juga perang
Sama
anjir
di
rumah
sini
dewa
nih.
nih.
Tuh,
Gua ambil.
LD sama kloni.
Gua mau ambil oren dah.
Aman nggak Jack biar gue aja Jack.
Boleh kalau mau aman sih kosong.
Gua.
Biar gampang nyebrang lah kita ada pegangan kalau nyebrang. Kosong harus ada. Gereja pun kosong tapi di bawah mending di atas.
Dapat notif kan? Nggak end. Apa tidak? It might.
kenapa, Jack?
Mobil. Ada bagi. Arah gua.
Apa?
Ada bagi motor. Nggak tahu. Kemarin ada.
Gue lepas lah ini.
Monyet dulu.
Ada ya dekat biar tuh.
Iya kah?
Di situ. Oren. Kanan. Ke situ mungkin
Apa?
oren dah. Lu ada kendaraan nggak?
Ada.
Buat ngelihat kayak bisa dah. Liatin Dal, abis itu Dal. Ke arah kita Dal. Tanda gopers. Ya, gua pindahin tadi ya. Sini harusnya.
Kan nggak tahu aku.
Rumah depan gue itu ada juga, Dal ya. Tanda Kundal.
Aku Aku ya itu tuh tadi nembak gua.
Harusnya open dia tuh, Dal. Oh, udah masuk lagi di rumah.
Masih di situ kan ada Jack?
Gimana Jack? Merah,
Masih
Jack?
harusnya. Merah. Gua belum dengar kendaraan lagi.
Oh,
Awas
udah,
kempes
dua
Yan.
Berapa orang, Dal?
Dua orang.
Mau perangin kah?
Ayo, Banje. Kalau udah nyampe Hanzi. Han agak deketin lagi, Dal. Kalau Han.
Boleh, Han,
Ke hijau
situ.
boleh tuh, Dal. Han.
Seberang
Ya,
jalan.
hijau. Kalau enggak orange tuh, kalau enggak kelihatan lagi tuh. Harusnya kelihatan dari orange.
Masih jauh ya.
Mau gerak
Motor
lagi dia nih.
Sama bagi birit satu lagi pasti. Oh bisa ke vandal kah?
Oh, aku nampak nih. Tandaku nih.
Masih
Dia
ada
nampak
kah?
aku kayaknya nih. Dia nampak aku kayaknya nih.
Tembak tuh.
Ada satu orang ya, tandaku.
Tembakinan.
Gak kelihatan no vision. Apa ada cepungan lagi dia?
Iya. Masih satu orang ya. Masih kulihat satu orang mundur dia narik mundur.
Gue liat di baginya
Ada
tuh,
kreditnya.
tanda gua.
Masih ada sih.
Naik bagi dia. Arah kau.
Kursi semua anjing.
Motornya balik nih.
Motor.
Tuhin lah.
Tuh.
Dari jauh Cok.
Temenan. Ada vandal kok tuh.
Di mana dia?
Rumah bawah.
Gua cabut. Ke bawah ini harusnya. Hijau. Awasan dari kananmu loh. Rumah dewa.
Rumah dewa ya.
Cok, tanda kuning rotasi ya setahu gue ya.
Kau tengokin, Dal.
Tanda gua
Aku
ada.
TW ke sana. Tahu groundnya tapi.
Tuh jalanan tanda weapon gua mobil. Baru lewat.
Liatin dong.
Ke rumah dewa dia mau jemput kawan dia harusnya. Gua isi.
Gua jalan. Kamera di jalan ya. Kasih. Merah.
Kuning udah gerak.
Iya, sudah gerak. Tanda kuningnya tuh bisa bergerak. Nah, selama rumah dia bawa kita pulang memang gue juga dah. Bentar dulu, 100 orang main.
Mana dari Mami ini?
Rumah dewa atas kenapa dah ulang?
Ada dewa ini kan nggak tahu.
Oh, fuck. Ini kali 3 udah birit.
Oke.
Kosong sih harusnya bawah. Quick ada yang mau gak tadi?
Cikpet aja. Ini pada open nih. Tanda
Mana
aku.
mana?
Bukan tanda sih. Zaman now.
Ya.
Diwas ya.
Itu ada mini tuh kan.
Iya. Ini kiri.
Logron lagi Brit, logron deh.
Iya.
Ada diwas tadi, Cuk. Satunya.
Ayo, Han. Ada uas tapi uasnya ada bocor, Dal. Yang ini, yang depan aku nih. Aku ke kanan sedikit. Ini open banget nih, Han. Kalau mau tembak aja. Tembak aja. Aku ngoperin nih. Kalau ada orang.
Langsung
Aku bisa ke depanan lagi.
gua ada expert.
Itu perang tuh. Di C tuh.
Kiri.
Gua drop. Yang di smoke itu kan?
Iya, tuh turun mobil.
Rumah
Kebalik-balik
sini
deh.
deh.
Mobilnya kebalik-balik.
2-3 orang aku nampak. Nampak 3 orang bisa jadi 4 nih di sini kawannya bisa jadi.
Tadi.
Rumah dewanya kok tinggal bisa kosong. Nampak kosong lah, Dal. Rumah dewa.
Kosong itu birit.
Kosong.
Bajak.
Apa?
Oh, enggak.
Cikpet kah?
Tolong ambilin mobil aku, Manje.
Kau ambil ini kah?
Aku nengok anak
Udah
ini.
diisi tandaku ya, biru ya. Sama uas tadi.
Nih tengok nih anak nih open
Kiri.
banget nih.
Oren ya birit mobilmu ya.
Oh, tandaku masih ada ya, dia tinggal jalan.
Black. Gak deh, padahal aja.
Kuning ada kuning.
Bro, tanda biru yang mobil tadi ya, dari atas. Satu orang. Oren kosong kah, Jack? Atau ada?
Tahu.
Sama Dewa masih apa kok kalau kita
Mobilmu ya.
Q
Di
aja.
oren. Kosong cu, mending dari oren
Kosong,
nggak sih?
kosong.
Kosong.
Apa Bang,
Ini mending dari situ.
Baru gerak naik
Oh
Mirado ke
iya,
atas.
Mirado. Oh, iya.
Langsung aku tahan kami mobil kiri.
Aduh,
Baru gerak pasti.
baru gerak pasti naik Mirado.
Cuma kiri juga ada ya.
Itu nembak level siapa, Jo?
Gak tahu, orang harus.
Itu kayak
Rumah Dewa. Oh, rumah bawah kiri. Rumah pertigaan.
Oh di atas bukit apa sini ada orang ya tadi ya? Aku nampak.
Orang jalan di tandaku. Dan
Oh
kaki
anak
dia.
tadi.
Mirado masih ada satu cu. Nggak ada tuh. Oh iya.
Mau clearin kah, Jack?
Itu ada oren ada awas. Harusnya udah clear kan?
Ya harusnya ada clear Han.
Pecahin mobil nih.
Itu open itu mungkin kan tandaku.
Cik pet I want bang je. Dia bilang dah buang.
Ada.
bukit, Jack.
Drop sini berit ya.
Where? Tas 3 nih weh.
Ada pro nggak?
Kalau ada nengok face ya.
Iya cok, kalau ada phase 2 juga. Phase 1 pun nggak lo.
Ini phase 1 nih dalam si rumah ini 2. 3. 4.
Apa?
Jualan lo.
Phase 1 ada 4 di si rumah ini.
Oh I want.
Dia mau ke tandaku ya. Yang tuh. Masuk terbang ke belakang loh. Sama biru.
Kali 4. Oke.
Gua jalan dulu nih kali ya.
Ayo. Harusnya yang kanan ini bakal kesini juga sih. Atau ke atas kita.
Mirado tadi kemana ya? Dia nggak jaga bukit ini berarti dia.
Coba.
Ke dalam kali ya. Udah Mirado lagi.
Iya Pak ya. Ini udah mau kesini. Waypoint.
Untung ada kanan biru.
Liatin lagi babi.
Tanah aku persis deh.
Naikin ya.
Ini tim apa tadi ya?
Richmond.
VTA.
Ah ya.
Gabung sama VTA deh.
Tai kaget anjing. Udah ngepick.
Bapaknya.
Nyumput doang babi.
Bisa naik kasih. Oh bisa.
Ya,
Bisa nanti tapi.
Di atas.
tandaku ya. Yang ngepick.
Iya. Lihat
Kaundal.
andal. Dan sini apa ya?
Ada suara bos tadi dengar kan?
Apa kita masukin sini aja?
Ada. Smith.
Coba bawa mobil.
Apa kita masukin waypoint?
Mau masuk kah? Naik mobil ya?
Ya terserah di mana masuknya.
Ayo.
Bos 3. Sabaran. Keren di kami.
Duh kok kena anjing.
Satu.
Ada orang nggak tuh bapak?
Kita ditinggalin mobil.
Kiri ini kosong deh. Bapaknya. Mobil babak.
Buang-buang. Woi, oke. Ramadan oke.
Kanan mau.
Ada dekang nggak?
Tim kami jarang pakai es batu.
Udah keluar dia nih.
Turun.
Masuk dalam rumah kah dia? Kok di luar aku dengar stepnya? Ah. Apa nih? Banyak kali perang orang nih.
Awal lagi.
Nyampe kan? Dark man di rumah.
Di batu MTH. Lauguran.
Aku tembak kanan kali itu.
Udah naik gak tuh? Mungkin kena net no.
GG.
Zenzen nih mati nih. Nggak ketahuan. Harusnya ada di kanan satu.
Darkman
Nggak
di kanan.
ketahuan juga dia. Walah. Kayaknya.
Ya,
Kali.
And we're pressing the reset button here in some ways, it feels like. It's like, all right, we took a week off, we played a tournament. That was just kind of an event match, sort of for fun, but there was some money involved as well. But now the pressure keeps building week after week after week. I mean, it was funny. I was listening to some of the coaches talk on a podcast the other night about how even in the first week they felt a ton of pressure. Oh, Anonix, what are you doing? Okay, I guess he's decided he can't get into that driver's seat. Flash gets there
apa?
first. So Anonix just going to peel off and allow that one to go
Gambar
away.
nggak
We've seen a
full.
little bit of jostling for vehicles between Daytrade and Genji in this area throughout the later stages of this tournament as they've kind of shifted drop locations a bit. But I think, like, as they've said, Toby, like, the pressure was enormous in the beginning of this, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger as this prize pool gets larger and larger.
I mean, we've seen it right from week one, right? Where people say this is such an exhausting tournament. Not necessarily just like in a physical sense, but more mentally. There's so much going on, especially here with the weekly survivals, the pressure to having to go out and win. And every single time you play a game and you don't win, it's like, oh my lord, there goes one more chance. Maybe we had a good chance to win that game. When will we get a similar opportunity to clutch a win home again in the games to come? So yeah, it's insanely tough. on these guys. And as you're saying, with the prize pool going up by quite a margin with every week of play we get into, now you're also starting to look at, okay, so if we don't win week 6, we need to start winning now. I mean, we need to win the next 2 weeks in order to even out what a potential team will be able to bring home in week 6. So I think, I mean, everyone's playing for the win right now, maybe more so than ever.
Absolutely. I think you're really going to see the best rise to the top as this goes along. The teams that have really figured the format out, the teams that have really been able to put the pieces together, stay calm under pressure, all those things go into the formula for finding success to this event. And again, you know, it is hard because, yeah, you have two different kind of play styles you have to bring to the table. You have to look at the weekly qualifiers and then, of course, the weekly finals as well. So you have to be thinking in ways that are outside of the norm of what you're used to, and all those good things do happen. But so far, we've seen a lot of teams be very consistent. This one right here, Toby, Virtus Pro, has been fantastic throughout this event.
Yeah, they've been playing incredibly well. As they talked about in the desk, I believe it was Clover that kind of broke it down. Not only have they been playing incredibly well, but they're playing essentially with a substitute player. It is their coach, so it's not like he's new to the team. It's just this is not the lineup they would have been playing with had everything gone the way they would have wanted it to, right? So the fact that they can go out and deliver and perform as well as they have been without being their usual self, I guess you can say, it's phenomenal to see, and it just makes that much more scary thinking about what they would have been playing like had it been their actual form and roster playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have, to me, been just one of the teams that I've always had my eyes on throughout this event from the very get-go. Here, another team that I have my eyes on all the time, the defending world champions, Jekzy, coming back with a very similar roster to what they won PGC 2019 with. Esther coming back, being that veteran presence for them, has been performing very well. He performs very well under pressure. In my opinion, I see him step up in big moments for them time and time again. Anonix been playing great for Jekzy so far this event. He has really showed up.
He has been one of the, I mean, it's so tough to use this word, but when we talk MVP players over the course of all the weeks we've seen so far, I cannot give you just one name. But if I were to give you a short list of people, Anonix is going to be on that list for sure. He's just, every time we've seen Jekzy go out and do something phenomenal, 9 out of 10 times, Anonix has had something to do or a big role to play in those good plays that has come out from Jekzy, and I think he's really been stepping up and delivering after I don't want to call it slumberous part of like the latter 2020, but he's been playing much better in this tournament that I've seen him do in a little while.
Yeah, and, you know, for those of you that kind of watched some of the 2020 Jekzy, some of the struggles with Anonix were due to kind of he was struggling to adapt to the barrel meta, and he has been able to really practice on that, work on that, find the right grip that he likes, and he's been able to really find much more success with that. He was always a fantastic sniper, a great rifler as well, but when the barrel became part of the meta, he was struggling with it. He openly admitted it. He talked about it in interviews that he was struggling with it, and he has since found much more success. As you would expect a top-tier talent, when they put in the time and effort, they often get it all figured out.
I thought for a second that Luke had a tire popped on the front of that US. I was like, how did you manage to get a tire popped on your car when you haven't even crossed the bridge yet? But yeah, I mean, barrel meta is strong, and it still is. I do feel like with the ladder changes that more and more people are going back to the M4, not meta, but going back and playing the M4. And I've been reached out to by a lot of people saying, Toby, why do you see so many people play the Scar? Hey, I've even reached out to players saying, guys, why do you play the Scar? We see so many Scars. And they all just go, we just couldn't find an M4. I mean, it's pretty simple. If you go 5.5s, you play the M4. If you go 7s, you play the barrel. It's very rare these days. There are a few that like the AK, but the Scar, the M16, when you see them played, it's usually quote unquote by mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, T1 has been dropping Gatka a lot of this tournament. Sometimes they've been scuffling with other teams for it here. They do have their vehicles prepped and ready to get out of Gatka proper, with VP showing up behind them. They will leapfrog forward. VP is going to take control of this small city for now. And this has been kind of an interesting T1. You know, they qualified for their first weekly finals, and the first 2 weeks were not great, Toby, to put it nicely.
They've had alongside with other teams, hard time adapting to how things have been played. It's taken them a little longer than it's taken some others, but I think now they've figured out that okay, we don't actually have to aggress in these, and in some situations where you're given the opportunity to either go aggressive or stay behind. I think they've slowed things down a little. In the beginning, they tried to slow things down, and then they ended up slowing things down too much, that they allowed people to take spots that they could have potentially fought for and stayed alive playing from. I've seen multiple times where T1 is in a good spot to win a game, they back off, and then the team that takes the spot away from them ends up winning instead. So now they found a good in-between where they don't go over aggressive like they did week 1, but they also don't just hide and have the blue be their main enemy in the end of it. Now let's see here, STK, there's been a lot of talk about this team coming into this weekly final. Now they drive straight through, and GPO is up close, might get a few shots fired off with the, speaking of which, Scar L. But no, nothing connected, and STK will continue forward.
Yeah, I mean, with some of the teams kind of, especially in a circle like this, in a plane path like this, it's going to be a little bit more sparse on the loot than normal, particularly for Gen G, kind of vying with day trade around that ferry pier area. There's not a ton of loot available, so you got to take what you can get, and Alo does take about half damage through their Pentalol, took a little bit as well, that the player stepping in for Uncivil for SDK now. For the rest of this event, it appears. Day Trade, meanwhile, up on the hill next to Triumphant Song Gaming, the winners of the event match. And look at that prize pool, though. Hold on. Now let's take a look at that $5.4 million. That is incredible.
Last time we casted together was at 4.92, I believe. So you guys have been active over the course of the TPP tournament. Kudos to everyone out there in the chat watching along and supporting this mighty tournament, because it's only getting bigger, it's only getting larger, at least in terms of the prize pool for the players and also the prize pool overall. Ends a team we haven't talked too much about. There's just, I mean, there's so much that can be said about every team, just like with James coming into, it's like, no, I want to talk more. There are so many things we haven't broken down yet, and there will continue to be. Ends one of the teams I'm looking to see make their way to the weekly finals quickly, not just sit around and wait until day 3 to make their way through.
Yeah, another team making their way past the Gen G. This time it's Oath, another NA squad, rolling around the beach, catching enough of the edge of it that Gen G isn't able to find much damage. Now Loki gonna let go with an AK here onto Balefrost. Doesn't look like he's been able to control it just well enough. Gonna swap on over to the 3X on the Mini, maybe, see if he can get anything lined up that he likes. Circle's going to go west, centering up on the quarry proper. And this, to me, is one of these weird circles on Erangel that, how do I say this? It almost ends up playing like Miramar in some ways, where it kind of depends on where the next circle cuts, because you got to try to play on one side of quarry or the other because of how tough it is to traverse the quarry, like the mountains are on Miramar.
Exactly. I mean, you and I have had this discussion many times before, where this area of the map is the closest Erangel will get to being Miramar. Essentially, as you're saying, it's very, very hard to traverse, and quarry does become that blockade. So you see Liquid just pulled up, VP coming in close. Now, oh, he roots an instantly headshot, and now they're fighting for it. Mexi, get yourself reloaded, get ready to the fight. Spiro takes one down, that's from afar. Batulins finds Mexi in return. It beats out around the corner. Oh my god, Batulins with the hip fire found one more, but you can see on the side of things here, Day Trade are peppering in from the side. It's really damn difficult for them to stay alive inside. James lost 2. No flushes confirmed just yet. James finds Erosin outside the window. What a quick reaction on that one. These guys are ready and set for these fights to come, and they're taking it to them. 2 down for Liquid so far. EP is flushed. Let's see if VP has anything to do here, with just Lou left alive.
Yeah, Lou's throwing down the smokes, looking for the reses. The initial offense looked pretty good, and no sir, VP is gonna go down. Meanwhile, T1 gets absolutely decimated by Zenith. That was quick, easy done before the camera could even get over there. Also, SDK fighting with Ents into the double warehouses. SDK's Pentalol already knocked here. Purdy Curdy trying to come around the side, seeing if he can help get that knock onto Tiksu. Tiksu backs out the corner fast enough that he doesn't get seen. That's a great molly there from Purdy, getting the knock with some help from Luke. Good double push there by SDK. They're going to pick up a knock and some flushes along the way. Still Squeaky as well. Going to be taken down. Pentalol being looked to be rezzed, and Ents falling apart here early against a strong defense from SDK.
You know, it's weekly survival when you have 4 teams hard pull up in phase 2. I had for a brief moment in time, I had luckily forgot the aggression these teams bring to weekly survival and trying to claim the good center compounds early. Seeing if they held off one, now they're taking the fight to Divine as well. We saw them pulling up right behind the other team. Turtle is down, June is down for good. Jand and Lewis will have to hold off on their own here. They found themselves down in the basement. Turtle might be able to get rest there because I don't think you want to see Zenith push down. Ooh, nice little nade through the window. Tixer trying to stay alive, but him alone against the entirety of SDK is going to be, I would assume, too much to ask for him to hold off.
Yeah, it's not looking great for him, that's for sure. Stuns being used now to try to really keep him pinned down and blinded. There's going to be a molly used, and all they need is a headshot in the end. Alo going to do the work. STK successfully defending against Ents. Meanwhile, this battle between Zenith and LG Divine continues. June has been taken down for LG Divine as they have been stuck in the basement, trying to defend from there. The basement, very defendable if people come in. The real question is do they need to? Over on the side there, if you got a question for yourself, you want a promo code, get it. It's over on the left-hand side of your screen. Go ahead and pick those up. Get yourself some sweet, sweet EP.
Yeah, get yourself some EP. Get ready for the finals to come. Get yourself some good skins. So let's see. Circle down towards the south side. Jekzy gonna get it on their side of the forest. That forest that ain't easy to play around, though, with opponents on all sides. Would assume to see maybe Loki stay on the south side for a little while longer, but as I say that, no, they're crashing in full speed forward. And as you said as well, now we're shifting this compound to the very edge of the circle, and Zenith might be better off just backing off and leaving Divine down here alone. And it seems to me like they are indeed leaving the compound to go further up on the quarter side of things. And ooh, okay, Jekzy a little too slow on that rotation. Daytrade came in and said no.
Yeah, Jekzy gets swatted away from there. So back to the drawing board for them going into the next circle. There's still the empty spots in the thin forest there. Plenty available. Plenty of space available, I should say, for them. Tianba moving over towards the western edge, just ahead of Na'Vi, but Na'Vi still in the vehicles, potentially looking to make the cross. Let's see what Tianba can do about this. If they can get any damage, maybe pop a few tires at the very least. M200 has just enough of an angle to see the tops of the roofs of the cars, but other than that, not really much going to be done. Besto taking a little bit of damage from the sprays. Oath getting involved in this cross as well as Na'Vi making a dangerous move, but I think they might be able to get through relatively unscathed.
Yeah, my eyes were kind of hot-fixed on Lin Shun. I saw him drive sort of side by side with Na'Vi there for a second. I thought he was going to try and go down and crash the compound, take it away from them. But now Tianba is coming in full speed forward. They might just be late to the party here. But nope. Okay, they are stopping. I'm looking at the map, of course, while this is going on. Ling Du with the bold takes on Sea Out. That's a good distance to it as well.
That's mean. That's absolutely mean, Ling Du. Poor Afrika gonna get one taken down early in transition as they settle up next to STK outside of the quarry in the eastern edge there in between them and Daytrade. Hikari gets popped trying to jump over the edge and get a little information there. So a little bit of damage for his effort. Hikari banged up as well. So for Afrika, they find themselves with there's a ditch here, sort of like a bit of a mini valley in between these compounds, and that looks like it's going to be their home for now. And yeah, I think this is smart by Zenith, in my opinion. Toby, just leave LG Divine to be in that basement. Don't even try to go in there.
Absolutely no gain in trying to take the fight to them. They know they have 3 back up alive. And again, as we said, doesn't matter with those kill points, at least not this week. With the weekend will matter. But as long as we're in weekly survival, keep your 4 players up, back off, and take the fight later. Sit yourself inside the circle, wait for them to come towards you, play with the advantage. Instead, smart decision making on Zenith's part. This next circle now, regardless of whether this fight happens or not, this next circle will be extremely telling of, I want to kind of say what team will go out and win this game, because we could get some really tough shifts. Should it go quarry? Should it go out towards the east? Should it go down to the very open south side? Let's see now where we're headed. East is where we go, and this forest in between Daytrade and Jekzy, you really cannot use it for anything. It's flat terrain. Yes, you have some trees there, but as long as Face's compound is still in, you're just going to be exposed from way too many sides. So we have a big portion in the very center of the circle that's going to be practically unplayable.
Yeah, there's a few dips here and there, but there isn't a whole lot available for the teams to get into. And LG Divine trying to get into their vehicles and find a way around Zenith potentially. The tab just goes to run him over. They're going to get each other. Oh my, wait, he did get run over. Linshu didn't die from that? Okay, finally, Orange over the side with an AK, gets the headshot, gonna get another one as well. Luren is down, so Smokes out to cover the tab. And a few grenades over the backside to see if they can get the flushes. None of them really connecting just yet. And like I mentioned, LD Divine thinking about the vehicles as they're popping in and out of them, kind of trying to make their decision on how they approach this. Probably waiting for Zenith to fully send it up over the hill so they can at least start their movement without being seen in how they load up and begin their rotation into the next circle.
This was a weird commitment. I mean, Tiamba is just, they're one of the most day and night teams. They can go out, they can get 17 kill wins, they can get really good performances. Now let's see, they come rolling back towards Gen G once more. They get to back off. It's just they're one of those teams. I mean, that pull-up, they knew where Navi was, and it was kind of half commit. Mings wasn't in a position to help out. Now they're caught on the, I mean, that nade should, yep, it's gonna take him down. It's just not the Tiamba that I know. The Tiamba that we see on Miramar more often than not go out and have insane performances. That was just a very poorly communicated engagement where half the team wasn't ready to fight when the other team was already shooting. It's very interesting to see Tiamba have these insanely good days and then just off games like this.
Well, this is drawing Gen G out of their compound, and forget it. That's drawing Pio out to finish Tianba out, and I'm right there with you. They've been quite odd to watch this tournament. It doesn't look like the Tianba I saw in 2020. Very disciplined. Volibear trying to get one. Can he get two? He does. Fantastic AK spray from Volibear to take two members of LG Divine out. Levi's the last one left for them, sending it on a buggy around the eastern edge. Now Ubo over there waiting, dragging along the sight lines. 80 as well, getting in on the fun. And he is stuck out in the open, and down he goes. Crossing FaZe Clan's faces, not much he could do there.
I mean, we know it's a tough circle, but if we use that road as the open, let's hold that thought for a second. Here comes Team Liquid. Are they pushing down towards the compound? Yes, they are. FaZe have neighbors coming in. That's a, okay, nice little flip around with the vehicle there. They do get to stay alive. Navi, in the meantime, they have Zenith pushing around the bottom side of the circle. We have 3 teams that are currently taking up over half the circle, while the remaining 8 are all kind of set up on the north. If this one shifts south, okay, it doesn't. But still, so much terrain in the open on the south side that only 1 or 2 teams will be able to stay alive in. There's going to be a lot of teams falling down in this circle closing in.
And for these teams on the south, keeping those vehicles alive becomes oh so important. Senya, quick and easy onto Poonage there, looking to get another one onto Roth. Shinboy taking some damage on the side. Reinforcements have arrived to back up the play caller for Navi, but Roth gonna get some good damage in return. Gonna send Senya packing for a bit. Besto trying to find a good flank angle here, creeping his way down along the side. Tab gonna get a great knock onto Shinboy before he can get into the smokes. Heals being produced for Zenith as they get ready. Kickstart will be Johnny on the spot, getting Shinboy up and running, hopefully, but Navi keen to end this fight, keen to surround them and get the job done. Tab here, gonna get one. Can he find another? No, gonna get backed off by some decent shooting. That might have been Gen G that catches him deep. It is Pio from the side. Gen G's third partying this. Orange comes in, finishes them. That is Zenith out. Great swarm by Navi, but they might pay the price for it.
Exactly. Here comes Gen G. They know they're wounded. There's just Orange left alive. Once they get Besto got back up. Now they've seen him. Now they see the vehicle driving off. Orange alive for now, but chances of winning this game just went from slim to none, as he's gonna get blown up from that vehicle, trying to get out alive. Will manage to do just that, but we'll see. Now he's gonna run into a 4-man oath. I don't see Orange surviving this one whatsoever. In the meantime, towards the north side of the circle, TSG takes out all of Multi-Circle Gaming. Great hold up on the Cat Hill as they now find themselves with some space to play around. The only thing is, if the circle goes south, they need to go down the hill, and that's going to be a tough run for sure. In the meantime now, FaZe Clan, Liquid, still sharing the compound.
Yeah, for Orange, he can work the bottom side of this quarry for a bit, but eventually, even if Gen G doesn't come over, it will fall apart. Oath might just let him, because you could get funneled into where Afrika Freaks is over by that Wizard compound. Ooh, Mexi getting a nice knock onto Uba to kick off the battle. Clib gonna get taken down though as well. Mexi wants the kills. He's gonna get a couple here as Jekzy is down. The rest of FaZe looking at, oh, never mind. TSG is going to get it done. Forget that. They third party the fight. Now Fuzz is looking to throw some smokes, see if he can find a way to get at least a duo going for the rest of this game.
I really like that proactive play from TSG. They know, should the circle go downhill, they don't want to have to just full speed bomb it into the compound. They want to be able to either run down on the east or on the west side. They hear the fight escalate between FaZe and Liquid. Now they go, great, if we can take out the team on the east, if we can clear that compound, we can push in from here. We don't have to just send it straight down the hillside. So very smart play in TSG from looking down the side. But you can see they're battered as well. Yamsia, sorry, no vest, broken helmet as well. They want to get this kill on the last FaZe clan member quickly so they can push in. Yamsia finds him. He's going to go down. Now the circle shifts back and they can push over the top. Orange, well, it was just a matter of time. Balefrost finds him and Oath gets themselves their kill number 2.
Yep, Oath just watching him a little bit. They weren't super concerned about it, just kind of taking their time. Now they have to be a lot more concerned about SDK and Afrika in front of them. And Bale trying to see if he could soften up SDK in the double warehouses over on the side. Jekzy has a lot of work to do as well. Circle continues to shift away north after an early favorable circle. These last couple, not so much so. Patcap's going to get knocked here. It's actually Hikari from Afrika Freaks from the Wizard. Still holding it down on the bottom edge of this, and he's getting help from a couple other teams along the coast. Of course, SDK, Day Trade have a bit of vision up on top of that Oath hill as well as they get it down here at Toby, but this one's going to be real tough for Oath.
Yeah, they need to get down, and they want to get down quickly before Jekzy starts making their way forward. If Jekzy comes in and somehow third parties this, it's going to be really grim for Oath, because Oath cannot fully focus on what's happening on the Jekzy side before they deal with the Afrika Freaks. And right now, they're not really doing any damage to them. In the meantime, though, the team that's been third-partying absolutely everything, TSG once again charming in. They force EJ down, and now Hikari falls up down, too. That's going to make it incredibly difficult for Afrika Freaks to do anything. And look at that, right off the battle for that one, Jekzy decides to push forward.
Yeah, Jekzy's going to make a crash onto the fence line here at Day Trade's compound. Pio, Loki, Esther going to spread out their vehicles a bit, try to avoid those grenades that come out. Pio dancing to the side, does a nice job here. Anonix as the trailer, is the single man. Typically, you'll see Jekzy in 1-3 formations. Even still these days, that is generally how they like to do it in various formats. Smokes are out. Grenades over the fence for Jekzy, trying to soften up Day Trade themselves. But right now, there hasn't been a lot of opportunity for either team. No serious knocks, no serious damage done. And eventually those smokes do run out, or this could keep happening. The third party from Triumphant Song Gaming continues to be a real problem for a lot of teams.
And they play this hill so incredibly well, TSG, right now. They know they've gotten full control. They're spreading out. They're taking control. Peng probably would have wanted to hit that one. Unfortunately, can't connect onto a card, but they're really, really playing it wisely here. The only issue for Peng is, as you can see, he's kind of separated from his teammates. He's the one out on the western flank here. He cannot go down. Now, TSG does lose one. Yamcha gets knocked, should be pretty safe. Res coming in as there's a bit of distance to it, but Peng cannot fall. It would be way too much to have to commit to go to the
Hello,
east to get the Luke. We know the MK14
Hello?
does a lot of damage, but fortunately the Rich keeps him safe.
Hello, Sibilit, Sibilit.
Did fall just on the backside.
Hello, hello, hello.
Compound there. So for SDK, nice little gift in the way of some level 3 gear, and of course the best gun in the game, the Mark 14. Pengem watches the smokes of Afrika, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for just a little bit of sight or the smokes to dissipate. There they go. They're starting to dissipate. He is right on the money right away. Dials in, gets a COD down and out extremely quickly. Even sees underneath the vehicle to get EJ's feetsies. And EJ takes a little bit of damage, but shimmies off to the side and is able to keep himself alive for now.
Yeah, smart decision and not trying to pop the tires there. Would prevent him from going anywhere, but at the same time, oh, that should be a good nade. Yep, right on the money. Volley finds EJ down. He goes 10 kills for TSG. They do lose Shantian, so second time he gets knocked. No reses came in, and now with the circle going where it has, I think this is time where TSG just backs off and plays a passive. They know that Jekzy and Day Trade have to fight in the compound. They know that Oath and SDK have to fight. They can sit as kind of, as we like to say, the ham and the sandwich, but the two pieces of bread have to fight one another on each side. I mean, it's just, they can just back off on the north, let everyone else fight, and then find the wounded teams that are coming in behind it.
Yeah, I was a little confused about Esther's move there. When he was rolling up to that hill. TSG still watching that. Alo gets some good damage in with that Molly. That's 2 that he's going to find on it to Oath. Snakers, though, going to help out. coming for the res onto Bale. And we know that SDK is good at throwables, and we are seeing it again here. Purdy gonna jump into the window, but no,
Ooh.
Pat Caps with a little help from Pang at range. Gonna get the knock and the quick finish. Pang, in fact, gets that kill as Pentalol watches his in-game leader fall. A good attempt by SDK. They know they need to dislodge Oath here to really open up the space on this circle, or else, like you mentioned, Toby, they could find themselves being the ham in this sandwich.
Yeah, just back off, play it passive, but not too passive. Don't just hide and look into the crowd. You don't want to go full ostrich mode, but just play it passive. Let the other teams fight, and every chance you get to take a shot at wound the team that's closing into you. As you can see here, take those shots. You know he ain't got time to focus on you. So play the time, push forward slowly. You know the dot is going to be somewhere around where you are now. Take control now while the other team's fighting, and put yourself up for a good final fight position. I think it's very, very smart the way that TSG is playing this one right now.
Absolutely. They're very well disciplined in this, and they're looking great, even getting another knock there. Over to Jekzy. Poochills got taken out and ran himself over with his own vehicle. I think he just got taken out of the vehicle itself. Luke goes down quick to Volley Bear. Nice little spray around the side of that box. Gonna follow up with the grenade, see if he can get the flush in. Looks like it's just going to be short of getting critical damage onto Luke 12. Penta stuck inside of the warehouse, chugging some drinks, getting ready to make his move. Pio's going to get a knock onto Nurens behind the tree. She still up on top of the hill, waiting for Jekzy's move, as Jekzy being very patient, very cautious, making sure they're dealing with day trade first, and keeping TSG pretty well at bay here. Loki comes in, cleans up that kill. Still 2 left for day trade. Flash and Veronica stuck inside the satellite dish house.
Right now, the trouble for TSG is they can't really get back up the hill and support Jekzy. And if Jekzy should take out Daytrade without losing any players, that could be Jekzy with 4 up, pushing up the hill and make it hard for TSG. They need to, I think right now, back off of this Oath SDK engagement and try and see if they can put some pressure on Jekzy while they hold out Daytrade. Because if they've been keeping track of the kill feed, which I assume they have, they should know that Jekzy is still 4 up and alive. That has to be their main threat right now. Everyone else, as you can see here, they can kind of hold at a distance, but if Jekzy gets up on that hillside, it could very easily run away from TSG.
Yeah, for Jekzy, this is wonderful. The longer that TSG is involved in that fight, the better. And now it is the move. The smokes are down here. Grenade hits the side of Flash, but he does get around the corner, around that open space in the fence line. Pentalol makes a smoke wall. Still 3 smokes up here for him. There are some stuns being thrown by Oath. Oath back up to 4 people, even after that great molly early on by SDK. They're still finding success. Pio's going to get Veronica. Pang does get Pentalol, so out goes SDK. Now they're up and over the top, trying to finish off Oath's push. Oath gets up over the hill a bit, and this is, like I said, it's going to be rough sledding, but Oath making a hell of a run.
Yep, Yamcha trying to stay alive now, has to prone on down, get healed up. Pat Caps is pushing out there for alive as well. As you can see, vests are bruised pretty badly. Oath will be able to push over the top. Daytrade is down, and now Jekzy, they're waiting on the other side of the hill. They know they have the dot on their side. They're spreading out, taking full control, waiting for this to escalate more. Once more, hopefully, for them, they will get to do some damage. And yes, there you go. TSG finds 1. Pat Caps fall down. Snakers still in a sneaky flank position, trying to hold off here, but they really, really need to take down TSG before Jekzy comes over the top and starts doing damage towards Oath as well.
All right, well, Pat Caps was down to about half in the knock status. Balefrost is there again to get another very important res for his team. Raylo doing a good job poking in to TSG's back line, getting some protection, but that molly just too far onto Pat Caps. It does clip Bale, so Bale going for the heal. Looks like he's going to be able to just get it off. Stuns out to buy time. Meanwhile, Jekzy just going to wait this one out. They're going to let these 2 teams do as much damage as possible before they decide to get involved. They know the win is all that matters. There's no reason to try to get up over here, maybe sneak some kills in. Better off just kind of doing, you know, what has been done to Oath more than one time in this tournament, Toby, just letting the other teams finish each other up.
This is so smart. They're throwing the smokes forward. They're not smoking off themselves. They're smoking off Oath, kind of forcing them, sheep-herding them down in the direction of Jekzy, hoping that Oath can maybe somehow do enough damage to Jekzy that they can then peek over the top later. But here comes Yamcha, finds the first one, doesn't find the second. Yes, he finds the second as well. Relo, last one left alive. Yamcha allowed to reload, and he gets it, but now here comes Jekzy, finds the first instantly. Second one goes down, and Jekzy again! First team to go through to the weekly finals, and what a game for the Korean team.
Yeah, they just maneuvered that extremely well from beginning to end, making good push outs at the right times to take out Tianva, getting into the side of Day Trade, being very patient with that battle. Esther got knocked once, but they were quick to revive him, just completely barricaded Day Trade in. TSG busy fighting the NA teams over on the side. Genji can wait behind the hill and wait for their moment to strike. And this Genji team, like they said on the desk earlier, Toby, they get better and better and better as this goes on.
They really do. They were playing the south side. They had no control right off the bat. You saw them try and rotate over. They got kicked out of the compound by Day Trade, went back down towards the south, reevaluated. Then when they see a Freak of Freaks take the fight, they managed to make the push over, get control. And as you said during the cast too, they were fortunate, and I think they were too, that TSG kind of gave up on trying to maintain control of what was happening over there. But they push out in the end. They get the win. They hold off Day Trade without anyone looking over their shoulders, and they get themselves a solid win off of that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is $10,000 in the bank for them as well, as you get more money. The earlier on, you're able to qualify for those weekly finals. The first 8 teams qualify for the weekly finals, get at least some kind of money from it. And this time around, it is going to be the Korean phenomenons, Gen G. And they will once again be in those weekly finals, once again looking to make their mark on this tournament. But TSG, I got to say, they played a heck of a game, though. You know, it's a little bit weird. They had a rough decision there at the end, Toby, to go between Genji and then the STK Oath fight.
Yeah, it was a it was a really tricky situation there in the in the end of it. You had so much going on, and I complimented TSG for what they were doing. I just think they had Ping way too far to the west. He was isolated. They needed to send one over to help, and by overcommitting to the west side, they lost control of the hilltop. That's where you want to be able to sit. That's when you want to be able to be dynamic and push onto both sides. They lost that when they pushed over towards the west, and Shanjian went down. That meant they couldn't hold off Gen G. They would have had a chance to do that, maybe get themselves the win, but in this case, not quite so.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic round overall. A ton of kills, really well played by TSG. And at the end of the day, they're not able to get it. I got to give Oath a ton of credit here, too. I thought they were in a really tough position. I've seen a lot of teams that are in that position that they were in, coming out of that southeast side of the quarry and having to wrap around the bottom part of circle like that. That's to the east of the quarry. Very difficult position to maneuver, and I thought they did a fantastic job with it.
Oh yeah, that could have been brutal. Having to push down that hillside towards the Wizard Tower, especially when there's another team in that Wizard Tower, can be absolutely terrible. But they timed it right. They knew they had to wait until the south side fights were over. And once we saw the last engagement, it worked out for them. But now let's hop on over to Genji and see what they have to say after that win.
안녕하세요, 광민선입니다. 자, 오늘 첫 번째 승리한 팀은 바로
The winners of our first
젠지였습니다.
survival
지금부터
game
피오
match
선수
was
만나서
South
즐거운
Korea's
인터뷰
Genji.
나눠볼게요.
I'm here with player Pio. Congratulations on your win.
PGIS 후반기에 접어들었는데
Now we are in the second
전략적으로
half of
변경하거나
PGIS.
강화한 게 있다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
Is there any kind of strategy that you guys have strengthened or changed?
변경된 거는 딱히 없고
네.
그냥 실수를 보완하자라는.
There hasn't really been much changes, but more that we can work on our mistakes.
교전을 보다가 정말 침착하게 판단을 했던 부분이 인상적이었는데
Towards the end, the way you guys made a really calm judgment towards facing TSG. What kind of conversations did you guys have?
저희가 이노익 선수 머리를 커버해주겠다라고 이렇게 콜이 왔었고.
So we got a call that we would back up behind player Anonix.
네, 오늘 무려 상금 1만 달러를 또 추가하게 되셨습니다.
So you guys are adding $10,000 to your prize money.
파이널에 진출하셨고 미라마 에란겔 다
And so in the last week, you guys also made it to the finals as the first team. And I think your fans are really cheering you guys on. But some fans are also saying that if you guys make it to the finals so quickly, then how can they enjoy the rest of the survivals games without seeing you guys as part of the game? Now it's really funny that some fans say that we should make it quickly to the final. Some fans say that we should take our time. So even the finals prize money this weekend is really high. Do you want to say something to your fans to cheer you guys on for this weekend? Thank you so much everyone to supporting us. And I think your guys' encouragement really helped us through.
결승전 확실히 잘해서
Although
우승하도록 하겠습니다.
we are all quite nervous, we're going to try our best for this week's ends finals.
계속해서 응원드리겠습니다. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서 4주차 첫 번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 젠지였고요. 피오 선수와 즐거운 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
Just like week 3, getting themselves the first win in the weekly survival, Jekzy once again shows that they get it when it comes to this format, and they survive in number 1 spot for the first game here as well. Joining me, Hypoc and Clover, to break things down. Hypoc, Jekzy just looking fantastic to start things off here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were even talking about this, right? We were talking about it being a favorable shift initially for Jekzy, playing over on the south side of that forest. They clean up the back end of that Zenith and Na'Vi fight. And then, of all the things to happen, they're allowed to cross as 4, north side of the road, play the back side of the wall on the outside of the warehouse. And I mean, there's 3 teams potentially that could have punished that move, but everybody's playing for that end game, right? Nobody wants to overinvest in that fight. They're allowed to coexist with day trade and end up clutching out the win.
Yeah, we were talking about that as it was going down, Clover. As much as I had kind of my chips on Jekzy as we take a look at the highlights here for them to take this victory, I did think maybe they were going to get blasted along that wall, but it was not to be. Jekzy survives and Jekzy takes the win.
No, I mean, TSG did have a little bit of an angle as we saw kind of some knocks come out repeatedly, but ultimately it wasn't as punishable as we expected. I mean, I do want to give a really quick shout out though to TSG because they dominated in terms of kills, but as we know, this weekly format doesn't do anything in terms of kills, so it's a little bit of a heartbreaking game for them in that fact. But you know, it's this fight here with Tianba, and then you know later on this Na'Vi fight, right, where we saw Jekzy extend out from the compound. You know, they kind of left Ionix to play anchor, and they just started sending everybody out. You know, Jekzy extending their fingers, realizing, hey, we can pick up on this TSG fight, and then ultimately send it to that day trade compound. And that really worked well in their favor, as opposed to the rest of the teams that kind of got locked into Quarry, like y'all were saying.
Yeah, DSG, Volibear making some massive plays, big fragging power, but as I say, it doesn't really matter a huge amount here when the chicken dinner means everything. Over on this east side as well, Hypoc, a lot of teams getting kind of choked up trying to get into some of these final circles.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we actually just had a couple of clips there that shows how kind of terrible TSG's position was. They had to sweep all the way around the south side of that hill to get to that position, just farming kills the entire time. And again, it comes down here, Oath trying to play with their backs to the blue, and it's actually TSG as a 2-man that ends up punishing them here, trying to play inside their smokes. I can't help but feel, you know, with the numbers advantage there, they should maybe try and aggressively take control of their side of the hill, because it comes down to it, Jekzy are just, they're sat waiting, right? Their win condition is everybody else fighting. The damage is done at that point. As soon as they see Oath go out in the kill feed, they spring their trap and they clean up the remnants.
Very, very nice. 10,000 going over towards Jekzy here as they now get themselves that first place spot, which is effectively 20,000 considering the prize pool that we actually have from crowdfunding. And I mean, just in general, Hypoc, it's nuts for one game to be able to kind of attribute to that.
It is. I mean, we were talking about consistency at the top of the show here. That's back-to-back game 1 wins in the weekly survival. So you can't fault them at all to get it. Just coming back to this, how they were able to play the backside of the wall, it's really interesting. And again, I know Clover just touched on it when we were looking at the highlights there. TSG, I think, got an angle onto, was it Esther, right? That was playing a bit, you know, away from the rest of his teammates on that wall side. And TSG were the team that built so much momentum through the mid game there. So I was really surprised to not see them kind of push to punish that position from Jekzy. And I'll be honest, it was kind of on them to protect Daytrade because Daytrade didn't make a move. I know we were joking about this. They just didn't make a move, full stop.
Yeah. Even Dave Trade was there, but they really weren't there. It was, and that's how that's going to go. Let's take a look at the numbers.
They're there in spirit.
And Jekzy will get themselves the victory here, Clover. Are the teams that kind of stood out to you whilst this was going on?
I mean, I will give Oath credit, you know, for their ability to make it up in the late game with that transition. I think, you know, early on we saw how big of a play that Quarry was in that zone. And if that had shifted any other direction, I think a lot of those teams in the South would have been punished a lot worse. But, you know, playing in and out of the Quarry, that's difficult. And one that we saw quite a couple of other teams not come out so triumphant from.
Triumphant in the songs with the gaming, it's Volibear, Peng, and I Am Seer getting themselves an amazing set of kills, but it's not going to convert to much just yet. PO showing up very nicely for Gen G. And looking at all of those teams over in the quarry side as well, Hypoc, it's nice, I suppose, to be able to have that spot initially as these circles are slowly closing down, but then fighting out of that quarry is so difficult towards those later circles.
It is as well, especially when it becomes overpopulated. I mean, STK and Oath were kind of keeping each other in check, right? And of course, both NA teams find themselves on the map once again. It's just a running trend now. And yeah, STK try and mount that push onto the Wizard Tower, but again, it's funny enough, it's the team I was talking about, TSG. They're so active through the mid game that they actually prevented STK pushing all the way up onto the Wizard Tower. I can't remember who the fourth member of Oath that wasn't playing inside. But he kind of got some damage onto Kurt as he came in, and then the third party from TSG came in. That literally just put the stops on STK altogether. They've lost one member. They're then getting kind of battered back into the warehouse. And like you said, it's so difficult then when there's kind of two teams that are like, okay, we can't move. We literally need to wait for the blue to force somebody out. That it becomes kind of, there's only going to be one team that comes out of there. This time around, it's Oath.
And speaking on the east side as opposed to the west side of the circle, we had Liquid having some glimmers of hope. Mexi doing some work for his team. Now, Clover, looking at how Team Liquid has played out the weekly survivals in the past 2 weeks, they've advanced second in weeks 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And they're one of the only two teams that has actually got money every single week. Is this now time for Team Liquid to step up and do another second?
I think it's going to happen. I think that match was them just shaking off the rust, just kind of the last of this last weekend, maybe the remnants of TPP. But that said, it was a good play, right? They were already kind of coming into that pull up on as a fraction. I think it was just as a two-man and holding their own there onto phase. I think we saw some brilliance. We're seeing their mechanics already fired up and turned on. But I do want to really quickly point out, because we've got them on the screen, Meta is coming in, and this is another team you talk about, great performance week after week. They have great performance in the bottom. When we have those bottom reseeding matches, Meta coming out on top once again, but then we see them play all 16 matches through the weekly survival, not get a chicken dinner. But I honestly, truly believe that this week is going to be different. Something just looked brilliant about them on that week 3 reseeding matches. And I think that we really need to give Sparking the credit as due. I'm feeling a chicken dinner from Meta today.
That would be good. I would like to see it. Someone like Ragnar, for example, Hypoc. I want to see more of him every day, all day. He's one of the most entertaining players on this field right now.
I don't think anybody would have any objections to just getting Ragnar Cam just as a permanent place on screen. But I mean, just talking about some of these teams on screen now, shoot to kill again. We just touched on kind of their game within Quarry. There's some big questions. These guys need to step back up. Obviously, this roster change is very high profile. Lots of discussions around it. I want to see them make some moves early in this week. Because that's the kind of, that's the confidence boosters, right? You get through early, you kind of have that opportunity to kind of sit back, read the lobby a little better. By now, we're in week 4, but these guys effectively, you can say blank canvas. They got to go back to basics, right?
Yeah, they're one of the only teams that has also put up money every single week. And you know what? To the haters out there, shut up. All these teams they know what they need to do to potentially get the win down the line, right? That's important, Hypoc.
Yeah. And the thing for SDK is they've set their own expectations now. That's all I was going to follow on for that. Now the expectation is high for this team.
Absolutely. And let's see if they can make it happen. It's match 2. It's $6,000. We're into the next one. Gen G so far has advanced onto the weekly final. Who's going to join them? We are moving on to Miramar to find out exactly who does. Thank you to Intel as we go over to Paper Thin and Toby.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Now it's time for you to shut up as we get in to game number 2. Oh, it's good to have Kalaris back because I can make fun of him. So, plane path right down the center to start off our first Miramar. Meta's coming in, and they have looked, they look better and better. They're another team similar to Gen G. I mean, Gen G's peaks are going to be huge, like just because of how talented that roster is. But Meta bringing in Wicked, Toby, having, some admittedly difficult communication issues because English is nobody's first language on that team. But they seem to be figuring out they're playing it better and better.
They are. It's I want to see Meta now go out and play, and it's gonna sound weird, but bottom 16 PUBG. because they play it different. They play it different when they play the bottom 16 as opposed to when they play the top. I don't know if it's a confidence thing where, okay, so now we're in the bottom. Now the teams are not supposed to be as good. Maybe we feel more comfortable with not having, you know, like some of the big name teams. Whether it's that or it's just them all of a sudden playing with their backs even more against the wall than they would if they make it into the weekly finals and go, okay, if we don't do this, we're out. Now everything is on the line, you know? They play so confident, they play so dominant. When they make a decision, they commit to it instantly. They go out, they get themselves kills, they clear out teams, and they push further forward. Their rotations seem to be on point. It just seems like there's not so much second guessing their own decisions when they play in those bottom 16 games, and they can bring just half of that mentality over to not only weekly survival, but also should they make it into the weekly finals as well, I think we're going to see a much more dominant metagaming team.
I agree with you 100%. I think their ability to kind of fix their mistakes early on in games has really brought them a lot more success. They're not losing a member or two during their phase 1 rotations or phase 2 rotations. You don't see players kind of going out on their own on those solo missions, finding themselves knocked quickly or lost even sometimes. Wicked especially, and Wicked's a player that I have watched for years now in Korea, and he is a talented fragger. He is a smart player. But the criticism for Wicked for some time had been that he was kind of a solo player. He was playing off by himself, even more so than like a Pio or something like that, and would find himself knocked or taken down early in rounds and kind of leaving his teams in tough positions. But with Meta, honestly, he's really picked it up. He hasn't been doing as much as that. He's playing with the team, like you mentioned, Toby. They're playing together and they're making decisions together.
Yeah, at least they have been in the in the bottom matches. Now, well, I mean, they're gonna get themselves 15 attempts should it go to it to make their way to the finals. And as Clover said, I'm expecting a Meta win. I'm expecting to see Meta in the weekly finals. Will it be today? I'm not sure. Maybe they need to get, just get dusted off real quick. And also, I mean, we do deserve a little bit of Ragnar screen time. So if they went through game 1, I feel like we wouldn't get the same amount of Ragnar screen time that we probably would have wanted. So maybe they qualify not this game, but next game. I'll be fine with that.
Absolutely. I mean, they're a team that I have my eye on for sure. So bring that vehicle over there. That's okay. No problems. No problems at all. There's Team Liquid scouting out area around Picado, as they always do. And there isn't much going on around them. No DA to cause problems. No other teams. No 4 a.m. Sometimes 4 a.m. will push down into this area if the circle kind of favors it. But right now, the circle's pretty centered in between San Martin and Picado, so nobody's really reached out that far south just yet.
Yeah, it's I kind of hope for Liquid that they make it through. I mean, I do hope for all teams that they make it through every game, but because I'm just passive and neutral like that. But I hope for Liquid in particular, because if they stayed around here too long, I mean, we'll have Sonics come back in. They probably won't take pretty much everything that we see Liquid looting right now. We'll have TSM come back at one point. They're going to be having Iroh looting where EP is sitting right now. And all of a sudden, things are going to start being more, not necessarily difficult, but just things are going to change quite a bit. So right now, with where Liquid are looting, with how they're rotating out, with the amount of space that they have to roam around, this is going to be one of the most, we're in our usual setting right now, type games for them to play. And I would love for them to utilize that to full effect.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be more traffic, more congestion. It's like when you're driving out on a road, and it's nice when you have the open freeway, there's nobody else around you. But if there are, say, like a medium amount of cars, yeah, you can still go the same speed. You just have to be a little bit more careful how you navigate things. So over towards Picado, it will be VP kind of backfilling on the Team Liquid drop spot there as they see what's going on, and they're going to do a 2-2 split. Pretty typical stuff here for VP. They do, of course, have MCG now along for the ride. That makes things always a little more interesting for them, Toby, here on Miramar.
Yeah, man, I'm kind of curious, man, as we look at VP, I'm kind of curious to see how they're playing this one. If they're all full going to commit into Picado, because keep in mind, usually when we don't have multi-circle gaming taking away their loot spots, they would be playing out of Power Grid, and they'd be spending the majority of their time. Like, they would normally be one of the last teams to push down from that plateau. They would sit up there until it was guaranteed that the game wasn't ending up on the hillside. So seeing them play from down below now early on, how is that going to impact things? How will they play things differently than what we normally see Virtus Pro play in these type circles? Now, okay, Volibear, we saw him get a double as he was getting drive by last game. This time around, doink. Oh no, he missed. Oh no, doink.
Oh, he missed.
He missed him. Now you have to shoot him. It should be pretty straightforward because he's gonna go for the run over again. We will see the kill feed in, I believe, 1 second. No, not 1 second. Oh, there you go. 2 seconds. It was. Second time's the charm.
2 seconds. You were close.
And there you go. So TSG continuing this drive. Volibear still roaring as he finds himself the first kill of the game.
Well, somewhere on the planet, somebody has to be watching Yakety Sax on YouTube and lined up perfectly with that moment. But at the end of the day, job is done, kill is taken, and point. Well, there would be a point. There is no point, but player knocked out of the lobby at least. Circle now as we are getting close to the end of phase 1. We will find out where phase 2 wants to add, and MCG has moved over to that hill to the east of Power Grid. SDK reaching out of San Martin, further to the south, LG Divine out of Hacienda. The teams that are in the center just kind of taking up the desired position a little bit more towards the middle. Of course, Na'Vi, Ents love to play from edge to start, and Tianba is still kind of chasing Daytrade around, and Daytrade seems to be a little bit, you know, trepidatious of what's going on, a little bit scared here. They lost a member already to the talented Chinese team. And I've seen this a lot, Toby, and I actually been wanting to ask you about this, and I figured I'd wait for it on the air. The Chinese teams seem to be a little more keen to try some of the driving and shooting stuff than at least to me, the other regions. Like the other regions will go for it if it's available, but the Chinese teams seem to actively kind of take situations where they can utilize it.
I think overall we just see. Oh wait, hold that thought. I will answer in just a moment. Poochus, will he get a safe pass or will Hiruzen start shooting? There's no way Hiruzen allows him to sit this close. As I say that, he does, because Virtus Pro currently split in a not wide 2-2 split, but they have 2 inside the city. They have Lou on the hill, and they have Patulans back in the west side compound where we saw them sit around before, and they don't want to take this fight outnumbered. I like the fact that Hiruzen backs off here. Thought he was going to start shooting a Poochus, but opts not to. Spiro is holding the backside entrance to the building, and nice disengage. Again, you know what? If they want 3 buildings on the other side of the road, give it to them. Stay alive in the meantime, back off. There's no reason to risk it. Had this been a weekly finals, you'd see a whole other side of aggression from Virtus Pro, but they know that losing a player early, yes, you might get 1 or 2 kills, but should this next circle shift north, there would have been no fight, like no reason to take that fight whatsoever anyway. So back off, play it safe, and wait for circles to come in. And to answer your question real quick, I think it's got to do with the aggression that we're seeing so many teams bring out of China. A lot of teams force fights all over, and having the region have so many aggressive and so many great aggressive teams has forced other teams that usually weren't as aggressive to really improve mechanically. China has always been a very good mechanical region, not necessarily the best rotation-wise and stuff like that, but because they're so damn terrifying in terms of mechanics, they've all had to learn. And I think that's a big portion of what allows them, or what makes them want to take those more mechanically requiring plays, as they maybe more often than not expect to win them.
That's fair. I think that's a great way to talk about it. That, yeah, they're mechanically gifted, so why not put them in situation? Oh, goodness gracious. The tab. Ross just lines himself up as he backs out. Exactly. The headshot. Easy money for the tab there. But yeah, I think that's exactly a great point about it, that they want to take advantage. Of course, it is easier to shoot out of the vehicles. Of course, everybody's going to use it when they can, but China seems to actively look for those situations. And to me, it's quite interesting to watch how different teams in different regions utilize the new change to being able to shoot out of the vehicles. Besto, though, going to be in a vehicle of his own, rolling up to the back end of Punij, looking to see what's going on with that crate. Punij gets some decent damage. Besto's able to pull the vehicle up enough to the side of the fence to keep himself blocked. Throws a grenade through the crack. That's not going to find much of Punij there. It's Punij backing off further into the God compound. The rest of Na'Vi, once again, swarming on top of Zenith. This is the second game in a row, Toby. Is there a rivalry brewing here?
Maybe there is. I'm surprised to see Na'Vi not commit harder. Actually, despite them running forward, they still held their kind of their push for a little while, and it's now allowed for Zenith to push over here. And Na'Vi knows in this circle this is the very, very, very big priority spot to be sitting in, and they are now allowed for the two teammates to come back up and help. We'll see now Orange trying to hold from the side. It is Orange playing, by the way, not Kemba. So they're swapping things back and forth once again. We'll see. Kickstart has Orange right now, at least, kind of caught behind a wall. We'll have to throw a smoke, try and get off. He only has one smoke to throw, so we'll see if he can get away. Flash is being thrown forward. I don't expect to see Punish push on this, but as I say that, he does. Does he see him? Yes, he does. Kickstart tags him, but it is going to be Kickstart actually through the smoke, able to get the knock.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good start for Zenith after losing a member early. Shinboy trying to watch the corners, watch the edge. Punich still able to avoid a lot of grenades. Shinboy going to finish off the first member of Nabi. That's going to send the tab kind of readjusting here, rethinking the decision to try to really get into the grill of Zenith. Zenith for now has kind of marked their territory, put the flag of NA up for now. Lingdu again with the bolts. Is he just actually going to bolt the rest of this tournament? Because right now it looks like he should with some of those shots he's been hitting.
I was going to say, I don't see why you wouldn't. Just popped the head off of Purdy there. Found him. That's pretty, I mean, he makes it look easy. It isn't easy by any means whatsoever, but he makes it look that way. So why not keep on bolting if you can hit shots like that? New circle is going to be tricky because if it goes west, we're pretty much guaranteed to see it go northwest. If it goes up towards, I mean, there's just, because the center has so many of these quote-unquote unplayable rocks, we're going to see hard shift at some point soon. And in the meantime, let's hit the core pulling up, only 3 alive on their team. They are focusing multi-circle gaming back inside, but it's not going to matter. Summer and Evil Lee and peppers them down. Out they go. Day trade. Out to 16.
Well, yeah, Day Trade just kind of bounced from city to city. Never was really able to find a place to call home, and finally they kind of ran it too hard, and MCG is going to be the ones to just welcome them in with open arms. Day Trade goes out first to reload. In the meanwhile, here's their kill on a Star-Lord. I saw this in the kill feed and wondering what the heck was going on, and Star-Lord just running out in the open without a vehicle on Miramar in phase 1. All right. I don't know what the heck was going on there because I saw the rest of T1 up ahead. Maybe there was an accident with his vehicle. Maybe he lost control of it, is what I will give the benefit of the doubt there to the in-game leader for T1.
Yeah, it is tricky. One thing that isn't tricky though is the great amount of numbers and letters on your screen to the bottom left. You can get yourself a little code in there, get yourself some coupons, EPs, all that good stuff. In the end, reward yourself with some nifty skins should you be able to use those coupons to full effect. In the meantime, the circle did go out towards the east. Liquid setting themselves up on the east side of San Martin, and I mean, we know the circle is going to go north to some extent, but how much, we do not know.
Yeah, we're kind of waiting to see. There's a couple compounds in the middle of that are pretty nice. There's some dead zones in between San Martin and Hacienda that could be a little odd. Aqua 5 around the edge of the rock. Gets some decent damage into Uba. Switches over to the SLR. Pops a tire. Wow, they did not get the finish there onto Uba. That looked pretty doable there for T1, but nope. Uba's going to drive on out, and he's got one tire gone, but the vehicle's a little bit smoking, and the rest of it should be okay, I guess.
Not able to find that knock somehow. Lifts with the scare. Purdy, after getting his head torn off by Lingdu, back up on his feet he goes, and he takes down Clip. So at least now, for SDK, they're well aware there's a team chilling on the other side of the road, which I'm sure they were before as well. I'm looking towards Divine right now. If the circle goes where I'm kind of expecting it to, Divine are going to be in an absolute prime position with the compound they have control of right now. Let's see, up towards the north in the meantime, TSG, dominant team last game. This time around, the circle shifts away from them. They have Tianba beating them on their rotation now, and that's just going to make their upcoming run that much more difficult. I would expect to see TSG stick around up here for a while. Now they start shooting, actually. Okay, so maybe they're trying to force them to leave. I'm not sure why they're shooting here before Tianba has seen them.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I guess maybe Sean Dion really thought he could land one of those M24 shots, but doesn't seem to find any luck with it this go around. Meanwhile, FaZe has disengaged from T1, finds themselves basically right dead south of this current circle, looking for some kind of entrance to the hills as they drive around the outside of said hills for for the time being. Hacienda still in on the southeast side. Oath headed out over there. T1 went up to the mountainside of San Martin. And for FaZe here, kind of a difficult circle ahead for them. They kind of have to just backfill and kind of watch what the other teams are doing ahead of them.
I like this rotation from FaZe. They know the circle ain't gonna shift south. They know it's gonna go away from the mountain. They know that it's gonna go away from the plane crash hill that Navi find themselves on. They were sitting on the southwest side of the circle. Now they can go, great, let's avoid that whole San Martin cluster by just wrapping south around. And then if we have to, we can crash something on the east side. But at least they're only gonna be one team there instead of the 5 teams should have to crash going into the city. So very heads-up rotation from FaZe knowing, or at least assuming where circles are gonna go. I'm still looking towards Divine to be where the next circle should send up. Let's see if that's gonna be the case. Yep, up towards the north we go, and now FaZeland just avoided having to crash down from that hillside, and they avoided having to go through San Martin by making their way southeast around. And they could do it now, but with the circle shifting in, had they tried to go west to east underneath now, it would have taken them too long to get over there. So they'd been blue by the time they got there. Very smart rotation by FaZe.
VP is going to go right through the no man's land here in between the San Martin and Hacienda. Are they going to crash into LG Divine is my question. Their vehicles getting hella beat up along the way. Meta's pushing out of Hacienda. Spyro's going to go down to Ibby. Team Liquid. Is that LG Divine even that might be shooting, giving VP a little bit of cover. VP is going to have to bypass the LG Divine compound to the left, losing a member early. It's going to put a little fear into the team from Europe. Tianba has slammed into Hansia's compound. Hansia has a barrel ready through the door, doesn't catch any damage. Gonna have to throw a stun around the corner. Stunning, checking, nobody there. Linshu gets in. He's gonna wait around the corner himself, gonna start throwing some stuns. Reinforcements have arrived for the Freaks, as this is going to be a big time battle between two very good teams, between Korea and China. Potentially, there is time in this circle right now, and there you go. There's an opening knock for Hikari onto Lorena off to the side. So the rest of Tianba pretty well isolated from their fallen comrade.
Yeah, the pressure right now is on a Freak of Freaks to make a play here. They got the knock on one, but these buildings are so damn difficult to push in. They've backed off. They've given them the space to play around. EJ, though, ain't going to give Lin Shun a chance to peek around the side. That's 2 knocks now. This is when you start making plays. Flash thrown forward. Nate thrown forward to follow as well. They throw the flashes. You got to peek with those flashes coming in. Wicked finds ghost stuff that's elsewhere on the map. Akkad around the corner finds one more as well. Such a clean engagement so far for Freak of Freaks. Minx by himself. And again, a Tianba situation where they got a chance to push in. They had a move to make, but they can't seem to communicate it well enough, and they go 0-4 against a Freak of Freaks. Great hold by Afrika, but I feel like there was a play to be made by Tianba that just never happened.
Yeah, they could never really get themselves quite situated to make that push through the hallway. They were able to knock Afrika sort of back a bit, but Afrika just kept catching them around corners, caught one on the flank, and it all fell apart pretty quickly. Speaking of potentially falling apart, FaZe was kind of forced out to the side. Oath was very slow and wide in their rotations along with Meta, so that forced FaZe out further to the northeast, and Oath finds the hill. They've set up well around it. Navi gonna go right over the fence. Nice little Dukes of Hazzard move here, but TSG swarming. Ooh. They're gonna get a couple down as Senya holds on by a thread right now, and they are looking for him. They are hunting him, and indeed they find him. TSG going to only suffer 1 knock in that fight. Back over to FaZe and Oath. This Pat Cap's gonna let loose with a grenade. Can that connect? It finds a little bit of damage. No knocks yet.
I like how Oath are holding off here. They know they have the inside of the circle, and they know FaZe has to make a move. Now Meta is coming over this side as well, though. Oath wants to get rid of FaZe before Meta becomes a factor in this fight. It would be terrible for them if they had to fight both teams at the same time. If Meta is allowed to push underneath, they're going to be in trouble, and I think they are. Rilla was in the vehicle trying to push over the top, but he lost that position now. Fuss pushing forward, has a nade in hand. Did he spot Rilla? I'm not sure if he did spot Balefrost down the hill. He's trying to wrap back the other side. They need to deal with them. They need to deal with FaZe right now. This is where you need to go aggressive. Take them out, play further forward. First, finds one, unscoped his gun. Unfortunately, goes down 80. Able to do a bit of a return frag. Patcaps goes down as well, so it's a 1v1 for now. Rilo is on his own against 80. Can he find him? Will he go down? So much damage coming both ways, but FaZe are going to be eliminated, but at what cost? Oath just lost 3.
Yeah, meanwhile, Afrika Freaks was able to third party that from a couple hundred meters away, getting a bit of damage into Oath as well. SDK sees MCG side of the red brick in front of them. Now it's a shootout inside of this particular compound. Purdy Gonna look for those grenades. Zenith here as well with 3. So this fight been brewing. T1 also over on the side of all of this. So basically, for all intents and purposes, 4 or 5 teams in this fight. 2 being knocked for SDK. MCG still hasn't been knocked. They're doing a great job keeping SDK pinned around the edges, not letting them on the inside. You can see Dangche from T1 trying to get down and through, but Poonage is there. Has a pretty good spray with his 3x barrel. And now T1 is like trying to hold off 2 different angles. And there goes Alo getting traded out. Shinboy left alive for Zenith. This is a mess.
Yeah, this is the cluster that FaZe wanted to avoid by going out on the other side. Unfortunately, it didn't really pay off for them in the end of things. Multi-Circle Gaming right now seem to be the team surviving this push out. Shinboy is still up, could potentially do some damage. Tank knows where he is with that nade thrown forward. We'll see if they can hold off against them. Fully flashed now as well, down to 1 HP. Blue should get the better of him. No, it's going to be the nade from Tank that takes him down. They still have players behind. Purdy is alive in the blue, trying to heal on up. It is phase 4 coming into 5 now, so plenty of damage will be hurting his way, but just 1 knock, and it would be so detrimental, so terrible for Multi-Circle Gaming trying to make the push out from the city.
Can we please watch Lingdu? As a Bolt fan, I would like to watch Lingdu, please. Anyway, grenades on the back of NCG. I know it's hard for the observers to figure that out. Shandian has an AWM. Speaking of bolts, he traded out his M24 for an upgrade, no doubt about it. Purdy trying to snake back around the smokes of MCG, using their own smokes against them, at least as best as he can. Not bad, but that's the last first aid kit for Purdy. So coming up, he's got to get in. He's got to get in now, and he's got to do something rather fast. Aqua 5 and Adder, the 2 A's left for T1, and Purdy around the back gets tanked. That's a huge knock. MCG, only Evil Lee is left. The grenade does finish off Purdy from Aqua 5. Great grenade from Aqua 5. Underhander bounced one in. Now some more grenades flying in from the back as Aqua 5 looking to his side. TSG is over there. This is looking good once again for TSG, at least to clean up these fights on the other side. And indeed, a good grenade from Shandian finishes T1 off.
I was just gonna say, Purdy, are you looking to make enemies or what? And he does go for the shot onto Summer. That is so unfortunate for Multi-Circle Gaming. They seemed like for a brief moment that they had control of T1. Whether they had gone down to TSG in the end of it, I don't know. But smart hold from them wasn't to be. Purdy falls down in the end of it. A Freak of Freaks now trying to hold off here against Metagaming. They were allowed to push below. And Metagaming going full aggressive on this one. They have all of Meta caught in this. Sorry, a Freak of Freaks going full aggressive on it. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3. A card to find the 3rd. Solid push from them. 11 kills confirmed. And look at the spread on the team. Everyone is in there contributing.
Yeah, this is a huge round for a Freak of Freaks. And once again, TSG putting up amazing kill numbers right now in these rounds. But of course, it is the weekly survival. So what matters is getting that win. The kills open the door for you, give you some space to work with to get into that winning situation. But it is going to, of course, as we saw in the previous game, you can pick up as many kills as you want, but it is who wins. Team Liquid finds a little bit of the edges of these compounds, just barely skirting the edge of the next circle. So they're going to settle up in there for now. Triumphant Song Gaming very closely watching them for now. Lou has a shack and Hyruzen out there in a big 1-1 split for VP, trying to take advantage of some of the open terrain in the middle of this circle, Toby.
They need to play something. They need to push forward. Their compound is going to be excluded in just a short moment. They need to try and take control, but Hyruzen able to find Clip, couldn't quite connect it. Will go down immediately after, so maybe there's a res opportunity for them. But here comes Triumphant Song again. Double-digit kills, similar to last game. They're trying to take control of the south side here. They're waiting for that next circle to pop to see whether they have to make the hard committed push into the open or not. But before that happens, do as much damage as you possibly can to make your, I want to say, inevitable next rotation a possibility rather than just driving straight into your own death.
Well, I mean, they could be looking to set their own kill record here. I don't think actually they can. I think they're just going to be a bit short, even if they killed the rest of this lobby. But still, 2 back-to-back massive kill games for the, a COD and Hikari. That wasn't even a Hikari shot. That was a COD shot, but catch Ibiza in the window. Over towards Klib, seeing if he can somehow, some way, buy time, maybe get some knocks, maybe get some damage into a Freak of Freaks who still have frags and other things to work with, picking up the utility off the fallen bodies of Metagaming, exploding around, doing some pretty good damage there to Mexi. Klib still prone, still waiting. A few smokes have come out now, and Circle just donuts, centering in on everything, and TSG continues to work around the edge.
Everyone's going to be playing out into the pancake field other than Ens. Oh, no, no, no. Clip is exactly avoiding that one. Able to stay alive. And Volley again. 7 kills already, making it 8 if he can get the flush onto Hikaru there. He is feeling it today. He had a massive impact on the last game, even though I know they wouldn't go out and win that game, but still massive impact last game. And I want to see now, TSG, don't overcommit here. You have a chance, clear your side, and then take the fight to end. You know the game is probably going to end outside the compound, so if you can make your way into the field, play it smart from there, but you have to deal with the freaks first. Just don't go full YOLO forward. Play it smart, you play your smokes, and make your way slowly forward, taking out one team at a time.
All right, Team Liquid, still proning, still waiting, trying to let Afrika and TSG beat each other up. And indeed, Hikari has gone down for Afrika. They're down to 3, losing their top fragger, but everybody on Afrika, very solid. They're extremely talented, extremely deep team in terms of their mechanical abilities. Peng providing a little bit of cover fire for the movement. It looks like we're going to send it into the dip here. Mexy's waiting. You've even got a little bit of Ents watching. Squeaky actually gets Volley Bear. Shandian going to find Mexy here. Volley Bear has been knocked, but a good grenade from Clib. Gets another knock on to Shandian. More grenades rolling in. Are they going to be far enough? No, they're coming up just short. Clib does get taken down, so Team Liquid is out. This might have been a little bit of a gift here for Afrika Freaks. They send it towards Ents.
This is such a smart play from Afrika Freaks. It
Ada
might not pay
suara
off,
lo
but they knew
sendiri.
that all of Ents was looking towards
Iya,
the
gua
TSG
habis
Liquid
AFK
fight, and they
tadi.
go, great, this is our time to wrap around.
Bisa
Desperate
ngobrol.
times calls for desperate measures. Diggory, solid shots on towards Hansia. This might be a dead race for Afrika Freaks, but at least they made an effort. They tried to make a play where there really wasn't a play to be made. They tried to hold off here, and this should allow for TSG to wrap into the field. That vehicle is going to flow. A card should blow up
Whoa.
with it. Yes, he does. Rustenma able to get the kill confirmed there. EJ gets in, gets down. But now, what has TSG done in the meantime? They know that Ents will most likely have to leave, but look at this field. There's just no cover whatsoever.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. But Shandian still holding on to that AWM. He could find 1 or 2 knocks with that. That could really open up a ton of space inside the center of our Phase 8 circle. 16 kills. We're going to maybe put up a 20 bomb here for Triumphant Song Gaming after a fantastic game 1 where they came up just
16
short.
kill,
It
cok.
would be heartbreaking to see them come up short again, but that's the breaks. That's why
TSG
we play the
16
games.
kill.
Ents now repositioning themselves,
Tapi nggak
getting ready for
guna point
push.
kill.
Eventually, they will have to leave this compound.
You cannot get knocked now if you're TSG. It's such a scary, like, it's such a difficult kind of decision making, and you want to peek, you want to get the info as to where they're going, but at the same time,
Oh, ya, knock
you don't want to
TSG
get
nih
knocked
juga.
before they're
Masih.
playing with their backs against the blue. Peng is looking over, we saw Yamcha, I believe, just there. Oh, Shantian, sorry, with just 3 bullets left on the arm, and I would assume no chance of picking up a DMR after he's done shooting with that gun. So we'll see where does Ents go. They have to make their way into the field. We do have Tixu already in the circle. Rustenmar down on the side as well. We'll have to try and make a rapid rock, but here comes Tixu, here comes Diggory. They're going into their vehicles. They're wrapping forward. They do have 1 big rock they can play, but those TSG still have nades. Rustenmar trying to get off angle position and hold off.
All right, Shandian, only 2 bullets left to that AWM. He's really got to make these count. It is a barrel behind, so for late game situations, he's pretty well situated with a great gun to have. And it is going to be more vehicle movements for Rustenmar. He saw the side of the hill, got a little bit of information, opens up into the sight lines of Sia. Sia gets a headshot, but somehow does not get the knock. Rustenmar barely able to escape with his life here. It's turned into a 2-2 split for Ents. 2 up front, Diggory and Tixu right in the front lines of TSG with Rustenmar and Squeaky settling into the back. Some grenades coming out around this rock they found for themselves. Let's see if Shandian can get a knock here. Gonna let fly. Cooked that one decently, but it hits the front of the rock and bounces out.
That could have been absolutely clutch had it gone in and popped the buggy as well. Maybe we'll see now. Shandian, you got 2 bullets left, mate. If you can take down Rustenmar, that's behind this guy going down and I just misread the kill feed there. I just saw it pop as soon as he shot. It's actually going to be Tixu finding Peng. That's a response to that one. So 1 down, only 2 left alive now. And you can see they're trying to swarm this one. Peng called for info, trying to move up, see what's going on over the hill. So he doesn't care. He's not going to get rest now anyway. Shandian trying to stay put with the arms here. They're full white. This is the ends push forward. They got the circle before. They were blessed with it, but there's been no way. TSG wins it, and no, not gonna happen. Ends 9-kill chicken dinner. The Finns make their way to the final.
And there you go. It's heartbreaking for TSG, but it is going to be Ents coming away with the win, being patient, doing what they do best, finding the right time to make their moves. They hold off of a push against Afrika fairly well. They swarm out around the circle, don't really overexpose themselves. Rustamar took some damage, didn't get knocked. At the end of the day, it will be them taking this, but man, this is a real feels bad man for TSG. Back-to-back rounds with insane kill numbers, and they can't find a way to get the win.
Barusan kill 2 juga. Kill 2, rank 2 juga.
No doubts about it, but they can only take, I mean,
kill berapa tadi dia?
Yes, in the end of it, it won't really grant them anything.
17 juga kan? Puluhan juga anjir.
Playing incredibly well. There's so much positive they can take away from this. They don't want to see them win it. Kinda, they played an incredibly good game. The way they were able to push out from the west side that they did. But you gotta give it to Ents. I mean, Ents played it wise in the end there as well. While they were fighting off of a Freaks on the north side, they kept one, trying to make sure there was no chance that TSG could push in from the south.
Yeah.
Looking at TSG going, why haven't they gone more aggressive while the whole Afrika Freaks things were happening on the north side? Ents were effectively holding on to both those teams at the same time, playing it really well together. So kudos to Ents for winning. But as you said,
coba ini udah hitung poin.
Game that unfortunately won't lead to a
Rank 1 dia.
Yeah, a really good game.
Kagak, ini masih yang masih chicken. TSG 2 kali double digit kill.
Kind of stuck in a bad spot with TSG on the other side of a hill. Team Liquid in front of them, never able to get into Team Liquid fast enough before TSG could get to that hill. So they were stuck outside of the circle, outside of the new circle that was coming up, and trying to win that long-range battle in TSG. Just had a better position, a little help from Ents, I think, at one point. But it is difficult there for the Freaks, and well, I'm curious to see what our winners have to say in just a bit here, Toby.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. We'll hear how you gotta love those squeaky interviews. It's just it brings joy. It brings joy.
Lah, per match gila loh.
We'll see if they're just satisfied with getting the circle going their way.
Match ini sekarang.
Ini match doang. Match enggak, match 1 10.000, match 2 6.000, match 3 goceng. Sampai match 8 ada hadiahnya. Tapi 9 ke 16 gak ada.
Where teams just full speed send it, no one.
Salah gue 1.000.
Ents made sure
Iya 1.000.
told them, if you come here, you're gonna die. Every time everyone peeked over to their side, they would headshot them. They would do damage in that direction. Just overall, really well played. Now let's hop over and see what the guys from Finland
위클리
has to say
서바이벌
about that.
4주차 함께하고 계십니다. 두 번째 매치에서 상금 6,000달러를 거머쥐고 파이널로 진출하게 된 팀은 바로 엔스였는데요. 지금부터 로스트마 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win. Thank you.
네, 오늘 자기장 운에 의해서 좀 한 자리를 지키는 플레이를 보여주다가 마지막 자기장이 약간 이를 벗어나면서 어떤 판단을 하면서 좀 둘씩 움직였는지 궁금합니다.
So during the game today, you guys are really lucky in terms of circle, and the last zone was a bit tricky. And how did you guys prepare for the game today?
We prepared the normal way. We played it. Practiced yesterday individually. We don't like to scrim before game days. Scrims were bad. You know, it doesn't affect your mentality coming into the day.
Bisa loh,
Prepare
di mati.
normally we play and we chill.
Habis baterai gue masih hidup.
We want to play. We had a good rest week last week, so we were prepared to play again.
네, 저번 주에 평소에처럼 많이 쉬어서 이번에 평소처럼 준비한 대로 교전에 임한 것이 승리 오늘 승리 요인인 것 같습니다.
네, 오늘 정말 좋은 플레이로 결국에 파이널에 진출하신 것 다시 한번 축하드리겠고요. 지금까지 PGIS 어떻게 보면 전반기를 좀 보내왔는데 많은 팀들을 이렇게 상대해 보면서 전력 분석도 어느 정도 끝났을 것 같거든요. 어떤 팀이 사실 상대하기 가장 까다로운지 이제는 여쭤볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
So throughout the PGIS tournament here until now, you guys played a lot of games with a lot of different teams. And do you have any teams that facing the most difficult to deal with?
BP is probably our biggest enemy, especially on Eranjo. we share a lot of loot spots, so it's kind of sometimes hard to know because we both like to drop from the start of the plane, so it's kind of a guessing game sometimes that we don't go to the same place. And then STK sometimes plays a lot of same places as we do, so we usually clash with them sometimes quite a lot.
네, 아무래도 VP와 SDK가 파밍 스팟이 비슷하기 때문에 그 두 팀이 가장 위협적인 상대라고 생각하고 있습니다.
VP와 슈트킬 그리고 엔스의 어떤 교전을 지켜보는 것도 하나의 관전 포인트가 될 것 같은데요. 자, 엔스는 어떻게 보면 빠른 파이널 진출 덕에 이제 파이널까지 연습할 시간을 충분히 확보했다고 될 것 같습니다. 어떤 점을 좀 더 강화하거나 보완할 생각이세요?
So now they guys advancing to the weekly final. After only 2 weekly survivor games, you have 2 days off until the weekly final. How are you guys?
You have 2 days off. Oh iya bener juga. Rehat deh 2 hari. Kemarin ini malah.
Gonna be played today, tomorrow, and the day after. See which teams come through. See where we can loot. Because we don't really care that much where we loot, but we have our spots that we want to play from. So we'll see if they will be free and just relax, get a good mindset on the weekly final.
네, 빨리 진출하게 되면서 좀 쉬면서 다른
Nggak
팀들의
ada translate Indonesianya ya?
저희의 파밍 스팟이
Itu, Jack.
어떻게 될 건지
Masa ganti-gantian?
할 계획입니다.
파이널에서도 계속해서 좋은 모습 보여주시길 바라겠고요.
Itu katanya dia mau relax dulu sama cari relax doang.
네, 이렇게 해서 두 번째로
Oke, lu relax. Siapa aja yang udah masuk?
Navi. Genji NC nih.
Thriller
Genji,
Tavatar,
lagi
meet
dong.
me at the market
Ih,
square.
10.000 lagi,
and
bro.
that compound was definitely their market square here for Ents.
Oh iya, Genji pertama lagi ya.
Second victory here in the weekly
Oke,
survival.
lu
Admittedly,
Sonic
Clover
akhir.
joining me here
Sonic
alongside
akhir.
Clover to get things started. Ents
Iya.
get themselves the
Oh,
victory.
dia rank
Jujur
6.
banget anjing.
Oh, dia 15.
As well.
Enggak.
Very fortunate
Oh,
for them
gambarnya
to
gitu.
get circles quite like they did. As we take
Bawah.
a look at the
Seinget gue
highlights.
terakhir Buriram dah.
Yeah, I mean, their compound was really
Coba
well
ya,
in the circle, but
weekly.
as we saw
Iya,
too,
seingat
a
gue
couple of
Buriram.
Buriram,
players
seingat
got a little
gue.
bit too
Ke
close to
16
them,
AA
and
enggak ada
Ents
kan?
was really
Iya,
good at protecting
Sonic
the position,
keempat.
like, not, don't
Ah,
come
berarti
here. In fact,
fotonya
Ents
dari
are
bawah.
another team
Salah
I know
berarti.
we're going to talk a whole lot about.
Oh, berarti dari
Mana
bawah.
As one of the
Enggak ada yang
teams that
Buriram
kind
di
of
situ
invested
tadi.
in that
Fotonya
compound early on,
bawah.
like, hey, you know, this
Gak
is a
kelihatan.
great place to play
Salah
from.
tadi itu.
Aduh,
But
kagok
pulled
anjir
back
kalau
away
sama.
and
AM
once again
keberapa?
played the
Keempat
edge
bukan?
on that.
Pas Wes, kelepas.
Yeah, and I guess even in some of the final moments, Hypoc, I was surprised that they flexed out as much as they did. Ents is a very reserved
Habis
team that likes to
Lawak
hunker
mulu.
down and hold on for a while, but they played it kind of like they
Lawak,
played
lawak
against
tuh sehat.
VP in the
Mental
final
lol
week,
gak
last week,
kira-kira?
and it was very, very nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I was talking about how Ents.
Oh, udah main ya dia sekarang ya?
We can see
Main.
kind of that team unit. Like
Jadi
they
lol kah?
always do things as a
Lol.
team.
Oh, ini
Never
cuk,
really
bete
anywhere
banget.
making
Boom.
solo plays for Ents.
Dia hujat
And
ya?
that end game there was a perfect example.
Uncipil
This
mana
situation everyone
Uncipil?
in Power Group was hilarious. By the way, there must
Udah
have
nggak
been
main,
like
bro.
15 or 16 deaths just on that side. It was like T1 trying to gatekeep this.
Itu TSG
The
2
Freaks as
game
well.
killa di
Let's
atas
talk about
10
these
anjing.
guys, whilst we were watching through the game here, James, they had a really good run.
Polybir
Again, kind of
Polybir
got
8
momentum
kill
out of
sendiri
the
anjing.
Magnet compound. I love calling it the Magnet compound, especially in this game where
Meledak.
it wasn't actually the one that got the zone. But yeah, unfortunately, they were forced into this position. As you can see here, pulled up onto Ents, just got cleaned up. Now this could have gone either way, and the fact that Ents did exactly what you said, which that they pushed out, they were very proactive, prevented them from. Oh, I love that. I love we actually got the reaction at the end. Shame I was talking over it, but yeah, the fact that Ents kind of approached that in such a structured way, kind of prevented just from making a
Kupon
move
siap-siap
in the
bro,
end game
kopas
there.
bro.
Yeah, there's
Ya
I was
lu
saying to you
lah.
guys, we were actually talking about the
Kamu
Finns,
yang
and obviously
nonton.
Finns are normally very
Kan
reserved.
gue yang
We were
streamingin, I'll
saying,
tap
to
dong
Clover
gue
that
nanti.
that Squeaky is one of them that kind of breaks that mold a little bit. So nothing emphasizes that quite as much as him going woo. Just what did I witness? But they're great to watch, Clover. They play a little bit of a different style to Ents. They play to survive more so than kills. It's not
PUBG gue masih
entirely
ada gak?
flashy, but they know what they're doing when it comes to PUBG.
Yeah, and I mean, I with that compounding, Hypoc kind of touched on it briefly. When Afrika kind of took that push, right? We saw all events immediately turn their attention back to Africa. They let go of TSG, they let go of Liquid and everything else was happening off to the east. And they took care of that threat very quickly. And then you kind of see them hatch plans. You see them pull out vehicles. You see a couple still keeping an eye on what's happening. And that just collectively really showed through all the way to the final moments of that fight.
Yeah, I'm just here with you for a moment, Clover, because TSJ has had a bit of a heartbreaker. 2 second places, 17 kills and 16 kills. Oh, that would be frustrating.
If this was the weekly finals, TSG would be looking so hot right now, because that's a lot of points, but it's not quite there. If anything, though, I think it shows
Jangan menyebar hoax, Jek. Viewer lu jadi ikutan
jepit itu udah TSG berdua doang tadi tuh kiri kanan. Apa sih lu emang masukin kendaraan kok? Iya tapi berjam-jam masukin doang bingung kan.
No, they've looked so good in terms of edging their way into these circles, come through the mid game. Actually, right there, you know, TSG, the one team that potentially, I think it must have been Circle 4, Circle 5. They were the one team who were actually in a position to punish Ents, right? And the best spot to pull up onto that compound, in my eyes, is the southwest corner, right? They're up on that hillside, and they actually opt to come around, sweep the south side, deal with everything down by the mini power grid, just outside the city.
Ini kupon kan, bukan EP.
It's a pivotal moment of the game. At that
Ntar lah, masih ada 2 hari lagi.
Further all the way east.
2 hari lagi lu
hari ini.
So it's interesting to see that, you know, just that change in decision making that we talked about a number of times in the weekly survival converting to weekly finals. Right there, you know, potentially actually the position play is the better play, right? But yeah, you can't take anything away from they're playing incredibly well right now.
Yeah, and as Clover says, I hope we see the win come out from them. You've already touched on Africa Freaks here from this game as well, who looked really good with the 12 kills that they got and were really fighting things out. And just in general, I mean, Clover, there was those moments in like maybe week 1, week 2, the start of week 2, where I was like, are Africa Freaks going to be able to do this? They came off that PWS win, but now they're looking really, really good. So it's nice to see, especially with some of the money that they've been able to accrue here, that Africa Freaks is going to be putting on the competition.
Yeah, I mean, they're really finding proactive ways to keep up in the late game. I think just unfortunately for them is they're losing out on some of those resources and falling early. I mean, even the Erangel match earlier, we saw them up in that wizard tower through the end. And so I think that they've got things figured out.
Dari kemarin anjir.
Santai.
So, any other teams that really stood out here when it comes to Miramar and how they played it?
I mean, this is going to be short and sweet, but just T1 again. Super split again, losing somebody early in rotation, which is off the back of I've talked about members in rotation where they're not even rotating to like a good spot, right? And then we had this was it Adam Starlord that was stuck up on the north side of the city, then forced to kind of play prone, and there's one person way out on the west. I couldn't even
pakai kacamata begini ya ternyata rasanya.
The name, but once again, just super split focus. We talked about the IGL factor for this team, and again, it's leading them astray, right? Again, they've got themselves into a decent spot to be able to fight out from, but it's only 2 people once again. So I really do want to see them do something, because it's week after week. I mean, the only person more angry about it is paper thin than me, to be honest.
Go stream lu dah ya. Mau ngurusin video kayak dah. Lanjut nanti dah.
I want to see them do well as well. Starlord was one of my favorite players when he was on VSG. And let's see. Moving on forwards. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. And when we return, we have 3 more games remaining here today, and 3 more teams advancing through to that weekly final. We'll see you in a few.
Thank you yang sudah watching.